Monsters of every age. Wouldn't you like to see something strange?
Come with us and you will see. This our town of Halloween. This is Halloween. This is Halloween. This is Halloween. Everybody make a scene. This is Halloween. 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 Halloween.
Spooky, scary skeletons and shivers down your spine. Shrieking skulls will shock your soul, seal your doom tonight. Spooky, scary skeletons speak with such a screech. You'll shake and shudder in surprise when you hear these zombies shriek.
We're so sorry, skeletons, you're so misunderstood. You only want to socialize, but I don't think we should.
A spooky, scary skeleton shouts startling, shrilly screams. They'll sneak under sarcophagus and just won't leave you be. Spooky, scary, spooky, scary, spooky, scary, spooky, scary, scary. Shouts. Spooky, scary skeleton. Shouts. Spooky, scary skeleton. Shouts. Spooky, scary skeleton. Shouts. Scary skeleton. and spooky, scary skeletons. Shouts to scary skeletons and spooky, scary skeletons.
This is my state, this is my team. You know what that means. This is for the black and blue that I bleed. This is for the chance to bring home that ring. But everybody gonna doubt this. So far there ain't been another way around it. We bring heat to the game each week. They just say we ain't got what it takes, we ain't bout it. Well, y'all can just keep saying that we ain't gonna make it. But at the end of the day, this will be the Panthers nation. You know, this ain't a game to us major players at every angle that you can think of. That's why you hate us. Get out the way of greatness. You can look at our faces and see the blood, sweat, and tears that it took to create this. Yeah, I know what you're thinking, but you can save it. Cause even on the darkest of days, you know we're always gonna find a way to tell them what we gonna do, we gotta
keep pounding, keep pounding. All right, folks. Here we go. Give me just one moment. There we go. And we are underway for this Panthers versus Falcons Thursday stream. We changed it up. Hope you guys don't mind. I know everybody's here on the weekends, but we decided to change this up and do this on a Thursday because of my new YouTube partner, Mr. David in Kesha. Welcome. Welcome. Welcome to my man David. I've been training this man up for about a couple weeks now. He's pretty much caught on to everything I've been doing, everything that he needs to do. And I'm going to give him a little bit of the work. I'm not stepping down in any way, shape, or form. I'm just giving him a little bit of the work to help me to work on other projects. So, it's exciting to welcome him here. He'll be here around 8 o'clock on the stream. I told him he can come and go on the streams as he wishes. Is whatever he needs to do. Anyway, that being said, we are officially underway, and before we get started, hit that like button, hit that sub button, hit that bell, select all, leave a comment down below if you feel like doing so. If you like the streams, videos, and everything that we're doing here. And don't forget to check out the Facebook page, Keep Pounding in all caps, for in-game reactions, opinions, polls, and NFL reactions to NFL news. It is almost Halloween, folks. I got the mask on. You know, I'm ready for the kiddos. I got some candy ready to go. I got my Halloween playlist ready to go, including that intro song that you just heard. We'll be playing that too. Very, very excited. Alright, so we got Leroy Petty wanting to join the stream. Let's add him in. Come on in, man. We're gonna go ahead and get these guests started, man. But hey, let's start with the news of Brian Burns, who says we need to fix this now because I don't want to have another season like the ones we've just been involved in. Ooh, this man's already starting off with that heat. Mm, don't like it. Don't like it. What's your thoughts, Mr. Reloy? How you doing, man? Welcome to the stream.
I'm doing pretty working out. Just kind of gonna chime in just for a little bit. Don't know really what's going on, but I've been a Panther fan from day one. It got started. I go to at least 3 games, 3 or 4 games a year, and I just don't understand what's going on with the offense. I know we got Chris Panthers out and run our game around him, but we still got other players. What's your thought?
Um, well, I think it has to start with Joe Brady. That garbage playbook that he's been throwing at us has been absolute trash. We can't work with it. It's basically the LSU basic playbook. And you can't bring that into the NFL and expect to succeed with NFL standards. Secondly, Sam Darnold hasn't exactly been performing up to his uh, level of standards that we know he can do. Uh, and that starts with film study, which they just said he's been in film study today. So hopefully, you got visual learners, you got audio learners, you got what's the other type of learner? Y'all help me out with that one. But some people are more visual than audio. So let's see which one Sam Darnold is. And once he sees what he's doing wrong, maybe he can start correcting it. Maybe. But
Right.
that's only part of the ball here. That's the problem. Um, then you got Robbie Anderson, who has 49 targets and 14 catches or something like that. I forget the exact number. Somebody pointed it out in one of the groups, and I was like, "Thank you, sir. Somebody's paying attention to the stats rather than just looking at the games." And it's just disappointing all around. We've been using Christian McCaffrey as a safety blanket. Now that's shifted to Robbie Anderson, and it's just you can't run 75% of your offense around both of them. You got to spread the ball around. You got to do more, and that comes
Right.
down to Joe Brady being who he is. And I'm just very disappointed, and I'm very, very angry that Joe Brady is still in our front office right now, as are many Panthers fans right now that see the problem for what it is.
Right. Well, I'm at work at the moment. I got to sign off, but the next time I will sign in, I will be longer. But I am proud of our defense.
Absolutely. Let's give credit to where it's due. This defense has been balling out, and it's a shame that effort has been wasted by a terrible offense. Terrible shame.
Good, good being on your show, and I will be back. Thank you.
Sounds good, man. Appreciate having you, man.
Thank you. Love it.
Same to you, man. Keep pounding.
Keep pounding.
All right, so quick shout out to the people that are here. We got Paul, we got Leroy that you just heard from, Pamela, um, Adam Potter. I think I got that name right. My chat is just going nuts right now on Facebook. Hold up, y'all. Yeah, Adam Potter. There you go. I just want to make sure I got that last name right. And I think there was one more to shout out, but I don't see him. All right. So if I missed you, I'm sorry. But the Real Zero Chill, what's up, man? In YouTube, how you doing, man? Appreciate you. This dude's always in my chat, and I appreciate it, man. Y'all just keep coming back, and I appreciate y'all, man. That's loyalty right there. That's love. Hey, so Corey McKinney, let's get started here, man. Outside of our linebacker core, Carter Jr. is suspect without Shaq. Luvu and Reddick look good, but the rest of our linebackers just ain't it. Yeah, I gotta agree with that assessment. I have to. Um, I do like Carter Jr. for tackling and run stopping, but coverage wise, he's got to work on it some, man, because he got burned a few times in that last game, and I didn't like it. But you know, everybody's got something to work on in this team, you know, from top to bottom. So we'll just see how it goes, man. Like, let's just watch him and let's develop him. And from this point on, it's developmental games for the rest of the year. So, this is a good opportunity for him to get some practice in here, during live action games and see if he can get his game homed in. Even his run stopping hasn't been good these past 2 weeks. That is true. That is true. It's not exactly what you're looking for. But hopefully we can get that honed in as well. But I definitely see the potential. I do. I see it, and I got faith in him. So that being said, I think today is a day where we just start to solve problems. You know what I'm saying? Like, we got to start naming some solutions. We got to brainstorm. We got to come up with some answers to prepare ourselves for 2022 because this season's pretty much dead. Let's be real. What's up, Don Trust Smalls? How you doing, man? What's up, Kate McDonald? Crazy how the Panthers looked like a contender a few weeks ago. Yeah, I know, man. I know it. It's sad. It's sad that all this talent is being wasted, man. God, I hate it. I hate it so much. Scott Fitter has done everything he could possibly do to put players on the field that can contend and get us to the playoffs, and we know where the problems are. I mean, it's obvious at this point. We need to get right, Lock Poppy says. Yes, sir. You're right. You're right. You know, we can sit here for another year and act like we don't have a problem, or we can start getting right now and preparing ourselves for 2022. That's the way I see it. I'm past being mad. I'm past being angry. I'm past being frustrated. At this point, this season's dead. We shouldn't even care about this season anymore. 9 wins is not going to get us in. And even if we do somehow get the 9 wins, which we won't, we're not going anywhere. We're not going to win a wild card game with this team. It ain't happening, even if we still somehow get those 9. So, Locke says, I truly want to give Sam a chance with a decent O-line. Me too, man. I think with a decent O-line, I think he's got a shot. He's above average, but he's still got to work on a few aspects, And like I said a minute ago, I think he's a visual learner. And being that he's a visual learner, that film study is going to help him a lot, I think. But if he's not, and he's more of an audio learner, I don't know that there's much you could really do. And at this point, he's handicapped by Joe Brady. So, I mean, even if he wanted to succeed this year, he can't. So, I don't think our O-line is as bad as everybody thinks they are. But the stats don't lie at the same time. You got to work on it. I think Deontay Brown. I still have faith that Deontay Brown is going to be a hit as far as the draft picks go. You know, you're playing battleship with offensive linemen every time you draft one. I think that's a hit. I think we got one. You know, Brady Christensen ain't it. I thought that was going to be a hit, and it wasn't. But you know, again, you're guessing. It's an educated guess based on what you've seen so far in college. So you don't know how some of these players are going to translate that into the NFL level. I mean, it's just a thing, man. Uh, there's a massive difference. It's a massive step up. You're playing defensive players that are much faster and stronger than they were in college. Um, I mean, heck, our O-line is like 30th in the league at the moment. True. But that doesn't necessarily mean we're 30th. We got a couple of players in there that are okay. You know, I don't see us being 30th, but I'd rank us between 25 and 30. Do you see a quarterback in the first getting drafted? The quarterbacks coming out this year don't look that good. There is the North Carolina quarterback. I forget his name offhand, but he'll probably go in the top 10. That's the one we want to aim for if we want a quarterback. There is a chance that he could drop from the top 3 into the top 10, which is what we want. There's always that chance. You know the Jets are not going to pick anybody good. And we'll look at a couple of those teams and see what they might be going for. You know, what they might need. But there's always that team like Detroit last year that just randomly picks out of the blue the player that they were not projected to get, and it throws everybody's system off, you know, which is why we ended up with J.C. Horn instead of the Oregon tackle, which I forget his name, but and you just never know, man. You never know what's going to happen in the first 10 picks. San Francisco really screwed it up last year, so I have no idea what's going to happen this year. Hopefully, everything will get back to some sort of normalcy and we can start going for an offensive tackle, offensive guard, or a quarterback. But I don't know. It will depend on what goes on. With that first 5 picks, it always does. Let's see. He has one of the best arms we've had in a while. You talking about Sam? Yeah, true. But Sam looked good in the Cowboys game. What happened? Joe Brady happened. It's that simple. Joe Brady happened. I mean, let's be real. We were rolling the dice too much, and it just we ended up with snake eyes with Joe Brady out there, man. Halloween came early in the last few weeks. Our O-line was playing decent, and our wide receivers were somewhat catching balls. That's true. Cam Irving was a Dallas backup. Yes, he was. Our receivers are off right now too. DJ is the only one that isn't. Oddly enough, he's been catching balls like nuts. But you know, everybody but Robbie's getting like 2 catches a game, something like that, around that area. Shout out to Michael Tillman, who's checking out on the stream on Facebook. Thank you. Appreciate you coming in. Showing you some love, man. Lock Poppy says, I like Moten. Sam Howell? I mean, I don't know, man. Watson. Yeah, let's get into Watson. Yeah, my bad, man. I forgot to put in the Zoom number in the password in Facebook chat. Let me do that real quick. But we can talk about Watson while we do that. So as of yesterday, we were reported as we were not interested anymore. Um, so now we're interested, but we're not interested. We're interested, but we're not interested. What's going on here, man? Pick one. This isn't the time to dilly dally or guess. You know what we're doing. I'm getting real tired of this, man. Uh, the Miami Dolphins offered 3 first rounds and a couple more picks for Watson. Houston would be nuts not to take that, except for the fact that he has to clear the court uh, issues before he gets traded. I don't think that's going to happen because nothing's been moving in those court cases at all. Absolutely nothing. We've gotten no info, no reports, not even a whisper of a rumor at this point. So that kind of puts us still in the running if we really want to go for that, but we got to be very, very careful on what we offer. I say you start with Sam and Robbie, maybe a defensive player. Um, but we don't want to go too crazy. Yeah, he's not going to jail because, the Roger Goodell has not even put him on the list. He said there's not even enough evidence at this point. Not even enough convincing evidence. Um, so we don't know what's going on there. But I'd like to see what you guys think as far as like putting together a package for Watson if we were interested. Um, we need a new head coach and to keep Joe Brady. What? What? Is that what you're saying right now? Whoa, 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 whoa. Michael Tillman, come on, man. You don't want to keep Joe Brady up in here, man. You don't want to do that. Let's not do that. Let's not do that. This man has ruined our season. Why would we want him still in here? I respect your opinion, but I completely disagree with that one. Woo! Oh man, we completely disagree on that, buddy. Uh, he says he helped Burrow to become great. Yeah, but this is a what have you done for me lately NFL. That's what it is. You know, we ain't sitting here pretending that we've been doing good with Joe Brady. The first 3 weeks looked like it, but come on, man. We're back here again. We're back here again. Wonder what is going on with our season, why we're where we are. I mean, it's not a mystery, folks. It really isn't. I see, man. You just want to hear me go on a tangent about Joe Brady. That's what it is. That's what it is, man. Hold on, y'all. There we go. there's the Zoom ID number and the password if you guys are interested in joining up and chatting in stream. I gotta check Zoom. Let's see if anybody. Right. We need that up. All right. Cool. All right. So for right now, Burrow was a third string quarterback out of Ohio. True. Sam Darnold out here seeing ghosts again. That's true. That's true. That's the first thing I've agreed with that you said so far. That I agree with. Because when you don't have your line blocking for you and you can't trust your line, you're going to start seeing ghosts. And that was Cam Newton's problem back in 2016, 17, 18. You know? Along with the issue of the concussion affecting his decision making. So, that didn't help when both things were put together. Wasn't good. But Kevin McDonald says, man, you guys stacked up on cornerback. Do you think they would have made that trade if they expected the team to fall this year? Honestly, no. They made that trade because they thought that, we wanted to get as much corner depth as we can so we don't have that problem anymore. That's number one. Number two is we keep having injured players on this team, and that's one way to solve that problem is stacking numbers, as many of those players at each position as you can, which is what I would like to do with the offensive line each draft and free agent period. But and corners are one of those that are incredibly valuable as well. So, I mean, you can do that. That's a legitimate method, but I think it would be tough to see us not as I really do think they do believe that we were going to be contenders. They didn't see this coming. So, to answer that question, yeah. Let's see. This Facebook chat goes a little bit faster than I would like. If we can keep our running back healthy, we could be better. That is true. The problem is Joe Brady will keep using Christian McCaffrey as a safety net, as a safety blanket, and we can't have that. When 75% of the playbook is centered around CMC, that's not good. That's overuse. That's why the man got injured both years. So, really, if you want to blame somebody for Christian McCaffrey keep getting hurt, it's on Joe Burrow. It's on Joe. Joe, our offensive coordinator. So, oh yeah, I'm waiting on Gilmore. We can crush the Bucs with our secondary. See, here's the problem with that. Without any offense, that defense stays on the field too long, and these corners get burnt. You watched it happen to AJ last week on Sunday. AJ looked like trash in coverage. The man could tackle. All of these guys can open field tackle. That's not new. If you get put on this team on defense, you got to at least be able to open field tackle. If you can't do that, we're not interested. Move on. But we got a team full of open field tacklers. That's great. That's step one. Step two, you got to make sure these guys can cover well. That's what we're not doing well right now. because these guys are on the field too long. But if they were not on the field too long, like they were, in the first 3 to 4 weeks, they do just fine in coverage. Like, I've got no problem with it. There's only a couple of players I've got question marks on as far as coverage. And those players know who they are because I've ranted about one of them each week. And his name starts with Sean. So there you go. But yeah, making these moves was a good thing for us, building up for the future. Yeah, exactly. Sean Chandler can't cover. You're right. Getting back to the offense, check down comes last, but Darnold can't hit the open man, and Darnold won't throw to Marshall. Then Marshall gets injured. Darnold threw it to the right rookie tight end, and he got his head cracked. He got up, but golly, the hit was exclusive. Yeah. Yeah. I didn't like that hit either, to be honest. And I want to, again, express the difference between good drops and bad drops. Good drops are the ones you saw from Terrence Buster Jr. and DJ Moore when they were about to get absolutely sandwiched. Those were good drops because, number one, you're not making that first down anyway. Number two, you want to prevent injuries if you can. There's preventable injuries and non-preventable injuries. That's a preventable injury. So, yeah. That's the difference between a good drop and a bad drop. Bad drops are Robbie Anderson wide open with nobody near him by a country mile, and he drops it. Which has been happening all year. Yeah, that play should have had a flag, for sure. Sam Darnold can hit targets, but not when those targets are covered up because Joe Brady doesn't know how to give him the right routes to run. So it's not entirely Sam Darnold's fault. And again, some of these plays, Sam is under pressure too because of the offensive line. More specifically, John Miller, Brady Christensen, and I believe it was a little bit of everybody really that's had trouble this year in different games. But yeah, he can't hit his targets without that protection. Then again, you have seen Sam Darnold miss targets when he had a clean pocket and throw interceptions with a clean pocket. So that part is on Sam. I have said that, and I have put that heat on him every time that it is due. So, I'm fair and balanced here. That's what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to give credit, but I'm also throwing heat where it's due, both ways. It's tough love, but it's necessary tough love. All right. Michael Tillman hasn't been watching our offense. Yeah, he has. He has. He just has a different opinion. I respect it. I'd be so happy to see Justin Burris back, so I don't see Sean Chandler on our starting D. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. That comment right there. Love it. Actually, it's Sam Franklin Jr. I'd like to see on the field because he takes over that free safety spot, and then you got Hartsfield behind him. So I'm happy to see Hartsfield back. I'm happy to see Sam Franklin Jr. making the plays that he is. And as I have said before, you know the difference between when you put Sean Chandler into the goal line stands and situations like that, and Sam Franklin Jr. You saw a fourth down stop on the goal line with Sam Franklin Jr. That's why I want this man in. I really like him lately. I'm starting to really like him. Now, yes, he did get burned a few times, but I do like him. He's developing really well. At the beginning of the season, I did like Hartsfield more than I did the other two. Reason why is because I've been watching him in preseason. I've been watching him in training camp, and I actually did prefer him at the time. Now I'm starting to prefer Sam Franco Jr. because I really do like everything that he's put out there on the table right now, and I'd like to see him start developing a little bit more. So we really need a right guard. Yes, you're right. Michael Tillman says, I live in Louisiana. I've seen it. And Hartsfield should be starting. Don't mind coming downhill and stopping the run. Yeah. I mean, Hartsfield could stop the run. I don't know, man. Yeah, Hartsfield is coming back. We did hear that he was coming off the injured list, I believe. So I don't know when that's going to happen. Is everyone on Zoom? I mean, Zoom chat is open. I don't have anybody in right now, but if you want to jump in, you're more than welcome to. The number and the password are in chat. Just scroll up, and you'll see it. I can't pin it like I can on YouTube, so all right. So who else would you guys like to talk about before I get into a little bit of this with the future draft picks? Yeah, you solo, you can hold it down. That's what's up, man. I still believe in our Panthers. I'm not just gonna say the season's dead. Well, Lock Poppy, here's why I say the season's dead is because you need 10 wins to control your own destiny in the wild card race. If you got 9, you're not gonna win. You're not gonna stay in. And the way we've been playing, we're not even gonna make 9. And if you can't make 9, you're out in an 18-game season. That's why I'm saying this season's dead. I think we need to play for picks. I think we need to start looking at these draft picks like today. The other thing we need to start looking at is the new offensive coordinator position. You know, because I don't see Joe Brady staying past this year. We had a couple of options come up in the last stream towards the end of it. So we'll talk about those in a minute. So Michael Tillman is mentioning PJ Walker. Why can't he be our starting quarterback? He has the talent. Not this year, he doesn't. I will say again that he has improved since very slightly since preseason and training camp. He's not overthrowing everything like he was, but he's still making some poor decisions, and I'd like to see more from him before I'm ready to say that he's capable of maybe competing for a starting job. You know, based on what I saw in the Giants game, I don't think he's ready. Yeah, he does need snaps. Okay. Let's give him some time in the fourth quarter against the Falcons. Let's see what he does. Does that sound fair to you, Michael Tillman? I think that's fair. At this point, the season's dead anyway. We might as well just sub him in, see what he can do. Throw him in for a quarter each game. Develop. Developmental. That's the name of the game right now till the end of the season. So anybody that you want to experiment with that you're not sure about, that you have questions about, that you think may not stay on the team next year, or you may want to keep on the team next year, but you're not 100% sold on them, now is the time to experiment with them. Because we're not going to get these wins anyway, so we might as well. And, we're not even halfway through the season yet, so why not? And if you want to make a move before the trade deadline, this is the time to experiment and find out what you have. Add trade value to these players, before we throw them into a trade, versus what their trade value was before. So this week would be the time to do that. So, Panthers management, if you have anybody like that, please throw them in this week. I want to see them. We need to take a good look at these players, see what they can do, what they can't do, and do they have any value? Are they worth a fifth? Are they worth a sixth? Are they worth a seventh? Let's find out. Michael Tillman says, "I think we got 7 to 8 wins in us. We need a fire lit under the O line. 7 to 8's not going to get us in the playoffs. It's only going to hurt our draft stock. We need a top 5 draft stock. And if we lose out now, we have it. The PFN mock draft has us at 14 currently. But if we keep dropping, we'll be in the top 10 for sure within a few weeks." Oh, my audio's low? I'm sorry. Let me see about it. Yeah, it is low. Thank you. You're right. Is that better? Cool. Are we good? Can everybody hear me on YouTube? You guys good? Give me a yes if it's good. But we don't have 3 first-round picks this coming year. True. That's why we need to trade. That's why we need to make moves. We got 1 week till trade deadline. Let's make some moves. Uh, 5 times 5. 5x5. Whatever that means. Okay. Good? Good. All right. Cool. All right. I figured y'all would be loud and clear on Facebook. That audio rarely ever changes on there. That's why I do encourage people to go on Zoom if they're going to be a guest on the streams. That way their audio is heard loud and clear, and sometimes the Facebook audio with guests and video chat does get screwy, so that's why I like to do that. So all right, so yeah, you mentioned draft picks. Good. Thank you, man. Appreciate you, Kent Sullivan. Yeah, you mentioned draft picks. Let's take a look at what we have currently. All right, so we have a round 1 pick We have a round 4 pick. We have a round 5 pick. So what we want to do is we want to move. We want to move a couple of players. Let's see if we can get a second or a third. Because right now we don't want to screw around. We got to have a second or a third. We're in that position right now to where if you drift out of the third round normally, these offensive line really start to degrade quality wise. You start getting B grade players, you start getting B minus grade players, you start getting C's around the 4th round. So you got to jump on these guys in the first 3 rounds, otherwise it's going to be problems. Last year was an exception to that because we had such a weird draft. I mean, honestly, that was a weird one. I've never seen that happen before where we were able to get Brady Christensen and Deontay Brown in the same round, like late in the 4th. Like that normally never happens. That's so rare, it's unbelievable. So I don't even know. I don't even know how that occurred, but I think it should get back to normal this year. Maybe it was just a COVID year. I don't know. That's my theory anyway. Tillman says grab Rodgers and draft a stud guard and another tackle. Well, here's the thing, man. We don't even know that Rodgers will leave Green Bay. Like, there's a lot of question marks there as far as what's going on with that situation. And yes, they're having trouble getting together and figuring out what they want to do. But, they stuck by him this year. Which tells me they're not 100% ready to give up on Rodgers. So they're playing the 50-50 game with him just like they did with Brett Favre back in the day. Y'all remember that? That was some weird stuff, man. And neither side really was neither side played that respectfully. Let's put it that way. I could say a few things, but I'm not going to because it's not my business. We're about the Panthers here, but it led to Brett Favre going to the Jets. Let's put it that way. And this is not the first quarterback that the Packers management has screwed up and screwed over in some way, shape, or form. I wouldn't be surprised if they did something back in the day with Bart Starr too. You don't know. You don't know what those contracts were like back then. So, I mean, let's just focus on today, though. So we really don't know if Rodgers is going to be leaving Green Bay. Let's be real, man. We don't. I would love to have him, but he's approached the situation respectfully with the management, so I like him as a person. I like how he's handling the situation. He's not going negative publicly or any of that nonsense, like most of these quarterbacks would do if they got screwed over like that. But, he's kind of a quiet and reserved guy. You'll notice that. This stuff only really comes out in press conference questions. And really, it's just a matter of what's true versus what isn't true. So we don't have all the facts here. So, I mean, to this point, we have maybe 3 options. We could, again, go for Watson. We discussed, the positives and negatives of that, what that could represent for us. you know, how does that make us look uh, in the public eye? What, you know, I still don't like how they treated him. Plus, I don't like how he treated the management either. So, it works both ways there. So, that's the Watson deal. There's a lot of factors that go into that one. Secondly, you got the option of waiting for the quarterback carousel at the end of the year and just hoping that we get lucky and that somebody pops up that we can use, and make a good trade for. Or sign, which is risky. That's pretty much playing the lottery. Or three, we could play for picks right now. I'm sorry, there's four options. Four options. But the third option is we play for draft picks and we go for the quarterback from North Carolina and hope he falls to us. Even then, I think we still get lucky enough to get a quarterback that's decent in the first round. But if both of those options are gone, we go O-line. Definitely O-line. No question about it. Honestly, at this point, if that North Carolina quarterback's not there, I say go O-line. We don't even play games with that. We just build up the line and we try for the quarterback carousel at that point and hope somebody good pops up. And usually they will. Or we could stick with Sam Darnold with Joe Brady gone and see how he does with a decent line, with a decent playbook. So those are our four options. None of which include Joe Brady in them. Joe Brady needs to be fired today. I'm done. I'm done with Joe Brady. And he can take that offensive line coach with him too. Take him with you. Go back to LSU because you ain't ready for the NFL. Not at all. And so realistically, those are our four options. Which ones would you prefer? Take a vote here. Which one would you prefer based on what we have? Now, at some point, we're going to be trading for a second or a third round, and I think Robbie's going to be worth probably a third with the talent that he has that he's not displaying, along with another player and a late round pick, for the future. I see that becoming a third, and we get our third back. So, who would we hire, though, at offensive coordinator? Yeah, let's get into that. So, we currently are looking at. There's two options. Let me bring up that last option. Hold up. I think it was like I know I bookmarked it. There we go. Cam Turner from the Arizona Cardinals or Scott Milanovich from the Colts. Both of them are quarterback coaches, but at this point, I'm going to show you each one of their resumes, and we'll talk about them. And I would like to get kind of a consensus of which one would you guys prefer, And I have a feeling I know who you guys are going to go for. But, can I rant about how trash Miller has been for us this year? Absolutely. Go for it, man. John Miller has been absolutely terrible at right guard, and it's crazy how much rookie guard undrafted free agent Michael Jordan has stepped up. Not to the conservative one. Yeah. Lock Poppy says, stick with Sam, fire Joe, rebuild O-line. I agree with that, Lock. I'm with you. That sounds reasonable. Yeah. But yeah, Corey McKinney, if you want to jump in here and rant about John Miller, go for it, man. We need a no huddle type coordinator. That's an interesting strategy. Huh. Okay. What do y'all think about that? Would y'all like to see a no huddle type coordinator? That's something I haven't really explored before. But I mean, yeah, you could do that. Fat. No, you're fine, Michael Tillman. I got what you mean. Appreciate you, man. Great idea, though. It depends on the system, though. If the system is good and the plays are good, then yes, I'm fine with no huddle. Absolutely. Um, and again, the quarterback is more than welcome to audible. Anything that we throw out there. If he sees something that the coordinator doesn't, on any given play, please do audible. If it works out successfully, a good chunk of the time, then I'm down for it. That that's one thing I'm going to stress to Sam Darnold is please do audible. If you see, develop a few plays, develop an audible playbook, for yourself. And if you see something that Joe Brady doesn't or refuses to see, audible that, man. Audible anything this man throws at you. There's quarterbacks that have been very, very successful in the league that, you look at Peyton Manning, any offensive coordinator that works with him has had a nightmare of a time trying to give him any plays because this man's already got his own playbook. he already knows what he wants to do before he even steps on that field. So there's no point in even throwing any play calls at him. It might as well just be a 4 or 5 set grouping of plays, and Peyton Manning would have just audibled it to death and made it successful. There's just some quarterbacks out there that are that good, But audibles take your game to a new level. They do. And I don't think it would have mattered. You could have had the best offensive coordinator in there, and Peyton would have still been convinced that he liked his audible playbook that much better, So, I mean, there's just some quarterbacks out there like that. But I like to see Sam work on that, though. That's the next step for him, I think. And also, go through your reads, Go through your reads. If it's not there, throw it away. Don't risk it. Don't risk it for the biscuit. Just throw it away. I'm tired of seeing forced interceptions. I'm tired of seeing forced safety net passes to Robbie Anderson. Just throw it away, man. If it ain't there, just throw it away. We already know we're not going anywhere on that drive, so we might as well just throw it away. It's better than just a straight turnover. At least we can control the field position with the punts, The special teams can control that. So, if it ain't there, don't waste your time. Just toss it. Because we all know who the problem is. We all knew gave you those wide receivers the roots in the first place. So don't worry about it, man. If it makes your numbers look bad, it makes your numbers look bad. They already look bad anyway. So screw it, That's how I see it. I mean, honestly. It'll make you look better in the eyes of Panthers fans, in my opinion. Because at least you're not throwing picks. They can't complain about that. And I can't get mad at you for throwing it away if it's Joe Brady is the problem. And look at Bradbury. He caught a pick on us too. Like, I told y'all, man, be careful who you cut. Gano killed us too. He put the nail in the coffin of this season for us. And just killed it for us. So, watch out for who you cut in this offseason. I'm telling you, every one of them that has been even halfway good has come back to haunt us in some way, shape, or form. Every one of them. Been calling it all year. If I'm wrong, I will eat crow on it. But if I'm right, give me my credit. Show me that love. Alright, so let me make sure that this gets put up on screen properly so that we can properly discuss this coaching conundrum that we got going on here. Sorry, my camera's in the way. Can't see what I'm looking at. That's what I'm looking at. Okay. So let's go over Scott, the quarterback's coach, and we're looking for the next offensive coordinator here. Keep that in mind. All right, so he is from Maryland, 18 years experience out there coaching. Coach, he has 17 years of coaching experience, including 3 seasons in the NFL. Milanovic most recently was named head coach of the Canadian Football League's Edmonton football team in December in 2019, before the season was canceled due to COVID-19. So we'll never know how that season would have ended or worked out. He served as the quarterback's coach for the Jacksonville Jaguars for 3 seasons, 2017 to 2019. He coached Gardner Minshew, who broke franchise records for single season passing 3,271 and single season passing touchdowns 21. But again, you're talking about the Jaguars, who are terrible. So, he also set this franchise mark for most passing yards, 374 by a rookie in a single game in Week 5 at, oh no, it was against us. Oh no, that ain't good. You never want to see our name on that list as far as what other people have done against us. Minshew garnered Pepsi Rookie of the Year honor 7 times and earned a spot on the Pro Football Focus All-Rookie team. Alright, so this is all Minshew stuff here. But he led all rookies in quarterback rating 91.2 with a 100.0 plus quarterback rating 6. Okay. In his second season with Jacksonville, he helped Blake Bortles, who had a career best career completion percentage of 60.3. while recording 4 games with 300-plus passing yards. He also got a quarterback, Cody Kessler, who started 4 games and completed 64 of 101 passes for 553 yards and 1 touchdown with 1 interception. So Milinovich served as the team's play caller and interim offense coordinator for the last 5 weeks of the season. And I will say this, the Jaguars did get a little bit better during that time. I will say that. So I like his resume so far. But offensive coordinator worthy, you decide. 2017, he coached Bortles as he completed 315 of 523 passes for 3,687 yards, 21 touchdowns, 13 picks, as the Jags reached the AFC Championship game. That's impressive. I remember watching that, and I remember discussing that with people. Bortles finished the season 30 of 53 passes for 220 yards and 18 touches with 0 interceptions. In 3 postseason starts, he completed 49 of 85 passes for 594 with 3 touchdowns and no interceptions. I mean, he's got exceptional work with Bortles here. I'm very excited about that. And that is definitely a resume builder right there. That's a stacker. But is it enough to go hunting for him as a new offensive coordinator? Jaguars cut a good one. Fournette was trash in Jacksonville. Yeah, agreed. He was just in the wrong place, though. In my opinion. I don't think they would have done much with him, if they had kept him for an extended amount of time. They have Etienne now, and I think Etienne is the future for the Jaguars at running back. I really, really do believe that. They need a new running back coach, but, because I'm not overly fond of the guy that they have. The running backs haven't really done anything in Jacksonville so far. So, but I think Etienne will be the exception up there. Because I already know what Etienne could do as a Clemson fan, as a supporter of Clemson. So I've watched Etienne just absolutely own teams in college. So, I think that is a winning combo of Trevor Lawrence and Etienne. Once those two get put together, it's going to be like magic at Jacksonville. So they can start building around that. I don't really care what he did outside of the NFL, to be honest. What I want to know is what he did inside of the NFL. Oh, he was a player as well. Okay. So he spent 4 years with the Buccaneers in 96. Huh. That's interesting. He had a stint with the Browns before signing with the Thunder in NFL Europe. Yeah, so I don't know anything about the NFL Europe. I don't pay attention to that. Unless there's some players that come over from Europe that I'm interested in, but, that's why I'm looking for like a statistician or somebody that pays attention to stuff like that. If you're interested in looking into all that stuff, let me know. And I'll W is the statistician for that. Michael Tillman says, let's not forget about 4 to 5 years back, Jacksonville drafted Justin Blackman, and he was projected to be a top 5 wide receiver. And you don't hear his name anymore. Wonder if he got hurt. Yeah, that's a good point, Michael Tillman. I haven't heard anything from Blackman at all. Have y'all? This man makes an excellent point right now. It's like the lost island of lost toys. in Jacksonville. And that's what Arizona used to be too. Is, you would see good players go there and then you would never hear their names again. It's like the black hole of the NFL as far as good players that get drafted there, and it's like 5 years later, it's like, Justin who? It's like, who are we talking about? Oh, yeah, that guy that did well in college. It's like, what happened to him? So, I agree with you there, man. I don't know. I wonder what happened to him too. All right, so that's basically his resume. The main highlight is definitely Bortles. That's his career building moment for sure. But I'm going to tell you why I think Cam Turner's better. You got Cam Turner, 8 years in the NFL. He's from the Citadel. And if you know anything about the Citadel, it's an Army college. And they are very, very strict. Very smart people that come out of there. You know. So let's talk about this guy right here. So Cam Turner, some of you might actually be familiar with this guy because he was with us for a little bit as a coach. He's his fourth season with the Cardinals and his first as a quarterback's coach after being promoted on January 1st of this year. He originally joined the Cardinals February 14th, 2018, and spent his first season with the team as an offensive assistant before adding the title of assistant quarterbacks coach in 2019. Turner came to Arizona after spending 3 years, 2015 and 2017, coaching with the Carolina Panthers. And I think he got a raw deal, when Ron Rivera got fired. Because I did kind of like this guy, man. I think he's good. And you could see something happen like every year where he got promoted. This is not a fluke, ladies and gentlemen. Think back to when we hired Scott Fitterer. You remember what his resume looked like in Seattle? Where every year he would just get bumped up to the next level? I'm starting to see a pattern here, and I like it. You know what I mean? This may be our guy. Last season, Kyler Murray was selected to the first Pro Bowl, becoming the youngest 23 years old in team history to be named to the Pro Bowl. Michael Tillman says, "Can we say that certain teams are like camps? You go there, you get drafted, and if you overachieve, then you go to a better team, like the Dolphins running back that was third string rookie, and he overachieved, and he was sent to Philly where he got a ring with Nick Foles." Yeah, good point, man. Good point. And for a little while, I felt like this team was one of those. I felt like we were one of those camps. And I like how you put that, because that's exactly what it is. There's so many examples of that out there. So you're right. Murray started all 16 games for the second consecutive season and set a franchise record with 67.2 completion percentage while throwing 3,971 yards, 26 touchdowns, and a 94.3 passer rating. Yeah, Murray was an absolute beast last year. Absolute beast. He was quiet, though. Nobody noticed him. When you got all these like star quarterbacks out there, like Tom Brady, Aaron Rodgers, nobody notices a guy like Kyler Murray that just like sneaks into the top 10 of best quarterbacks out there. you just never notice him. He was on every list last year, but you barely noticed him. You know, and Arizona's had a history of quarterbacks like that too, which I think is interesting. And I think it has a lot to do with this man right here and a couple of these other quarterback coaches that have really been working with these guys. He also set quarterback records with 819 rushing yards and 11 touchdowns. So now he's joining the rushing crew here with those types of numbers. You know, I like that. Murray joined Cam Newton in 2015 as the only players in the NFL history with 25 plus passing touchdowns and 10 plus rushing touchdowns in a season. He had both a passing touchdown and a rushing touchdown in 9 games last season, including an NFL record 5 consecutive games. Woo! Arizona had 6,153 net yards, the third most in franchise history, and scored 410 points, the fifth most in team history. This is just, we're already just 2 paragraphs in, and I'm already loving this guy. How about you guys? You guys feeling this right now? Oh, I like him. I like him. I hope we can get him. So, let's see if I can get. Okay, Kyler Murray's coordinator helped us, but can't forget Murray is way more mobile, so he's able to stretch the play. That's true. I wasn't able to read the whole thing because Facebook chat is weird on my phone, so let me see if I can read it here. Let's see. Yeah. Okay. Once again, a very more mobile quarterback in camp. Very true. Both of these were mobile quarterbacks. So factor that in, and imagine if by some random chance we got Watson and we had Cam Turner as our offensive coordinator. That could really, really start to light us up. And Watson has proven that he can win with a bad O-line. Just as bad as ours. So, take it for what you will, folks. I mean, even without a mobile quarterback, this dude can still coach some people up, I feel like. I like to see him work with PJ. The stream die out? Okay. Nope, stream's still good. Alright, we're good. I don't want that up. Can't see where my mouse is right now because my stupid camera's in the way. There it is. Alright. Sorry about that. Yeah, we become a powerhouse. Exactly, and that's in that scenario. But the chances of that happening are, it's like 1 in a million. You'd be better off playing the lottery if you expect that to happen. But with Cam Turner as our offensive coordinator, I really, really do believe that we can get a lot of success out of whatever quarterback that we bring in, whether he be mobile or not. But give him a chance to work with PJ, and I think he'll fix all of PJ's problems. And he'll be a solid, really, really solid backup quarterback. A really solid number 2. He'll be better than he was in 19 and 20, I think. Because if he can do that with Kyler Murray, I would love to see what he can do with PJ. Again, I still would not recommend him for starting role because we'd probably have somebody better at the time. But if we don't, with Cam Turner as our offensive coordinator, working with him, bring him in. At that point, if he's got the skill sets and checks all the boxes that we need, bring him in. After some developmental work, just give him a year to work with him, I think, and let him really, really fully develop before you throw him in. 6 months if you're desperate. Walker has very good GPS on the throw. He just needs improving on decision. The throw was the problem I had up until that Giants game this year. And again, he had trouble with the deep ball even in 19 and 20. But if you let him work with Cam Turner, I think that gets ironed out. I think he can figure out what's going on there. Because if he can figure it out with Kyler Murray, then yeah, I see him figuring it out with PJ and getting that solved. But yeah, short and mediums. I mean, PJ was always able to throw the short and mediums in 19 and 20 and accurately, and he was making decent decisions at the time too. And again, I don't know what type of learner PJ is, so factor that in. And because you want to fit the best learning style in with the player, as best as possible to get the best result. Yeah, Kyler's wide receivers really go after the ball. Exactly. And that's what we had when we had Cam, all of these guys were going hard after that ball. We had good routes, even with Norv Turner, we still had decent routes, where we could work with it. Where these guys would just go hard after the ball and try to get those extra yards. And as I've said before, yards after the catch matters all the more when the game is on the line. And when you've got everything working in the right way, yards after the catch will come with the weapons that we have. We just got to use them correctly. Cardinals have a dangerous wide receiver combo. Exactly, man. We have a dangerous wide receiver combo. It's just we're giving them the wrong routes. I have full trust in Robbie's abilities. That's not the question here. Everybody knows what Robbie can do. And his numbers are not suffering because of his skills. We all know that. Although, give him some time with the ball machine and let him catch some balls, man. But that's why every team wants MCM because of his yards after the catch. Yeah, exactly, man. Or I think you meant to say was that meant to say CMC or was that meant to say MCM? I'm just making sure. But this is a heck of a resume, man. Okay, so a former wide receiver and quarterback at the Citadel, Turner joined the Panthers coaching staff in 15 and spent his first 2 seasons assisting wide receivers. So he's already worked with the wide receivers. He's not just working with quarterbacks, he's working with wide receivers too, before serving as the assistant quarterbacks coach in 17. That's one more thing that this man has that Scott Milano doesn't. Plus, he's got a history with us. Yeah, CMC. That's what I thought. Yeah. When CMC's on the field, the yards after catch are amazing. Oh, God. We're so lucky we still have him. So let's talk about in 2017. Panthers Cam Newton had 28 total touchdowns, 22 passing, 6 rushing, increasing his career total to 2,012 touchdowns through the end of that season. And that was actually a decent season for Cam Newton, man. He had a good year. Even though we were trash that year, in a lot of ways, you know, Cam resurrected this team a little bit through that time of 17. So, the third most in the NFL history through a quarterback's first 7 seasons. In 2016, Turner helped wide receiver Kelvin Benjamin to a team-leading 7 touchdowns while playing in all 16 games in his return to action after suffering a season knee injury in 2015. That was before he started eating the Bowberry biscuits. Sorry, I had to throw the joke in, man. I had to. Y'all know I had to. It's KB. It's KB, man. Come on. Michael says, I really miss Cam. Sorry to say it, but I felt confident with Cam. You did feel a certain sense of confidence with Cam. Yes, I'll grant you that. But that concussion really messed up his brain, man. I just hate it for him. I hate it for him. He really did get the short end of the stick by Ron Rivera's staff misusing him and those injuries, and it's just, man, I hate it for him. I hated to give up on him like that, man, but it was just time, you know? With those injuries and all that mess going on, it just, I just couldn't endorse it, you know? I couldn't endorse it. But I love Cam, I do. I think he's a great guy. I fully support him, and I wish him luck wherever he ends up. Yeah, that Eagles game when he was sacked about 7 to 9 times. Yikes. Yeah, he got absolutely raw dogged in that game, man. It was bad. I hate it for him. He's gotten the short end of the stick in every way in his career past 2015. And really a little bit in 14 as well with the injuries. Because that trainer was misdiagnosing injuries. Yeah, he didn't get any flag on some of those throws. Yeah, exactly, man. Like, all of this stuff factors in. And, you know, you're talking about Cam Turner was the quarterback's coach at the time that was coaching this man through 17. So, look at this resume, man. Like, you got to love this. You got to love it. In his first season with Carolina in 15, Turner worked with a group that helped the Panthers advance to Super Bowl 50 Hey, let's go. This is our guy right here. Setting team records with an NFL leading 500 points and 59 touchdowns and getting a team record 357 first downs. Despite losing KB in training camp, it didn't even matter. It didn't even matter. This dude was coaching everybody up. Carolina had 35 receiving touchdowns, tied for the most in the NFL, and an increase of 12 from 2014. Ted Ginn scored a career-high 10 touchdowns, becoming the first Panthers wide receiver with double-digit touchdowns since Steve Smith, the GOAT, had in 12 in 2005. So, that's the second most by a rookie in franchise history. This dude got that out of a rookie. I'm trying to tell you, this dude got this out of a rookie. Man, imagine what he could do with Terrace Marshall Jr. right now. Just imagine. I'm excited. I'm excited to say that. Michael Tillman says, "Man, I hate to leave, but my wife needs me, bro. How can I follow you or shoot me a friend request?" And yes, a coordinator that works on quarterback and wide receiver development, that's a major plus. Yeah, man. Let me see. Just leave me a comment on. Hold up. I might be able to add you. I'm gonna try to do it. There you go. Sent you a friend request because I know you wanted one. So there you go. All right. That is the best way to follow me outside of the page. Just request a friend request, and I'll give you one for sure. I welcome any Panthers fans, anybody that just wants to talk. Just message me anytime, day or night, man. I love it. I love talking to y'all. I'll let you know if I'm busy, and I will generally respond within that day. If not, it's either because my internet's down, because Charter sucks sometimes, or I'm out of town or something. But I'll usually post something if I'm out of town, or I'll let people know. So yeah, not a problem, man. I'm happy to give you a friend request, man. I appreciate you, man. I appreciate everybody that comes in here. Y'all some real ones, man. But yeah, family comes first. Do what you got to do, my friend. All right, so if we can get all of that out of Funches, imagine what we could do with Terrace Marshall Jr. Imagine what he can do with Shi Smith, who's barely played. Okay, my brother, we plugged. Be blessed, and much love to all my Panthers brothers and sisters. Yes, sir, man. Keep pounding, Michael Tillman. All right, so prior to Carolina, Turner spent 2 seasons, 2013 and 14, as quarterbacks and wide receivers coach at Florida International. Now that's a weird resume for a guy that comes up to the NFL and starts doing what he just did in 15. But hey, I'm not doubting it. He worked for 2 seasons, 2011 and 12, with the Minnesota Vikings as the assistant head coach to Leslie Frazier. Now, there's a name I haven't heard in a long time. That's cool, man. What's up, Saturn Wicks? How you doing, man? What's good with you? Yeah, man, we're talking about Cam Turner right now. This is a heck of a resume. Turner began his coaching career in his alma mater, the Citadel, working with the team's wide receivers and special teams in 2010. So he's already been working with the special teams as well. Look at this, man. He played quarterback and wide receiver at the Citadel in 2006 through 2009 after redshirting as a freshman. I mean, his playing career doesn't really matter that much, but the fact that he did play those positions does help his resume for sure. He played quarterback the next 2 years before suffering a shoulder injury and moving to wide receiver for his senior season. Okay, so that's how he got into where he was. All right, cool. So he's got a degree in business administration. I love that. There we go, man. And he's got a family. That's cool. Hey, dude. If you're looking for an offensive coordinator, I think we look no further than this guy right here. We gotta make a move for him, man. We gotta make a push to try to get this guy. If he shows up on any offensive coordinator radars in the offseason, we need to jump on that quick. And I mean real quick. Yeah, we're gonna talk about Atlanta. We're gonna talk about Atlanta, man. But right now, this first part of the stream before we get to the break needs to be about fixing this team and getting to where we want to go. So, that's where we're at right now. Once we come back for break, then we'll start talking about the dirty birds, going through the depth chart and all that, you know. But at the moment, man, the concern is for trying to set up for 2022. At the moment, our team ain't going nowhere this year. It's a known fact it ain't going nowhere. So, preparing for 2022 is the priority. You know, long term, it's the priority. Developmental games from here on out. Atlanta's a great experimental game. Throw in anybody you got questions about, anything, anyone you'd like to see more of, you know. Suggest them and I'll throw them at the management, you know. Any players you want that you got questions about, you know. This is the time because we're a week away. We're right there. We got to find out about these guys. We got to find out what their trade value is. You know, has it gone up? Has it gone down since the last time we were looking at them? You know, what is everybody's view on the trade value of certain players? You know, that's what we're trying to figure out. And I think when you go for a guy like Deshaun Watson, you got to make sure you got proper trade value. You got to make sure you know what these players are worth before you go into that trade room, in that trade talks. And I think Scott Fitter's got a pretty good idea. So, you know, I say sit back, relax. Scott Fitter's got this under control. He knows what he wants to do and what he doesn't want to do, most importantly. You know, he doesn't want to give away too much. But at the same time, if we're going for Watson, we know what we have to do. And nobody's going to take Miami's offer seriously. You know, I wouldn't even give up Aaron Rodgers for that. There's no way. There's no way that Watson is worth what the Dolphins are putting up. I refuse to believe that. 3 first rounds in a couple of picks after that. You gotta be kidding me. Like, if the Dolphins are willing to give up that much of their future, let them. I say let them. We're better off going to the quarterback carousel and see what we can get there. And going for that North Carolina quarterback in the draft if we strike out there. You know, honestly, at this point, man, the Dolphins are just asking for a lot of trouble. And they're not willing to trade unless this man clears his charges. Which that ain't gonna happen before trade deadline. I'm gonna tell you that right now. That ain't happening. There is no facts, rumors, nothing out there regarding his cases. So, how do the Dolphins expect to make that trade? I don't get it. I truly don't get it. I'm at this point where I think whatever we offer is probably going to be the top offer. Nobody else is throwing anything on the table. So if you want him, put together a package. Let's hear it. What? And I'm going to answer this one last question. How many jerseys do I have? That's a great question, Saturn. I've got Luke Kuechly that I'm wearing right now. I've got Thomas Davis. I've got Greg Olsen, so that's 3. I've got Effie Obata, that's 4. At the moment, I may be looking to add another one. We'll see. But this team's got to earn it. You know what I'm saying? They got to earn it. Above and beyond what this team represents. Luke Kuechly, Thomas Davis, Greg Olsen, Effie Obata, those guys did. Sam for Watson, that's for starters. You gotta have more stuff in there. Gotta add more. Just Sam for Watson, that ain't enough. Because the Houston Texans are seriously considering this Dolphins offer right now. Dolphins owners already approved it. I mean, the only thing that would prevent that trade from happening is the case. Being closed shut. And it hasn't been yet. So that's the only thing preventing that trade from happening. Dolphins have the money. They have everything they need to make it happen, except that. So I got to have more than just Sam. That ain't enough. Sam by himself is maybe worth a 3rd or a 4th. Maybe. At this point, some people would argue 5th. Of the experts out there. But that's not enough. Watson, what did he do to get in trouble? I'll answer this real quick. He had, how should I put this appropriately on stream? Because I know I got families watching this stuff, man. He got in trouble with the ladies that were masseuses, and he said that they say that he touched them inappropriately. Or that they had the ladies touch him inappropriately. I don't know, I'm at a loss for words on how to truly explain that, but Google it and look it up, man. That's the best thing I can tell you. Because I'm trying to run a family-friendly stream, man, so I gotta keep it chill. So, but yeah, I would look that up. But as far as I know, there have been no rumors, no info, nothing coming out of that. You know, the commissioner will not put him on any list or anything, so he says that there's not enough evidence. Now, the commissioner gets that info from the people that are investigating from the NFL. That's what I'm assuming, right? It's what we should all assume. So, based on that, we're supposed to believe what these investigators said in the NFL. I mean, it's Goodell, man. It's Goodell. He can twist this any way he wants. Whether those are facts or lies. You know, it's the court system. That's what we need to be paying attention to. Because the law is the law. You know, if there's facts to be had, it will come out in court. Not through NFL investigators. That's what I'm focused on right now. Until I hear something come out of the court systems, then I'm not going to take anything the NFL says seriously. And I believe that's the right way to handle this. You know, as of right now, Goodell is actually giving this man the benefit of the doubt, which I'm surprised. I'm actually surprised. But we'll see. It's very rare when you see a guy of his caliber get the benefit of the doubt from a rich owner. It's very rare. You know, and I'm not talking about the skin color or anything like that. I'm talking about just his caliber of personality. You know, it's very rare. And like I said, I never did meet the guy, but you know, I can see where people would try to throw him under the bus. But as far as his days in Clemson, I always knew this guy to be a good guy. You know, I don't, clean shaven Christian type. He wouldn't do that stuff, man. I don't believe it. I don't believe it. But yeah, we're gonna take a quick break, man. I'm excited to have y'all in here, man. We're gonna start talking about those Falcons real soon, and we'll get there, man. We'll get there. Appreciate y'all.
MTCB.
Keep pounding and hit that like button one time, guys. Come on. Sub if you haven't already.
The perfect podcast is out there. And with over 2 million of today's most talked about podcasts available, Spotify is the best place to find the one you love. Whatever you're into, get way more into it with a podcast. Find the one you've been listening for right now, free on Spotify.
you see of the world, the more it rewards you. With every journey you take, be rewarded with points for stays, airline miles, and endless experiences. Where can we take you? Marriott Bonvoy. Tap to join and start earning.
All the elements you need.
Okay, we are back. What's up, guys? All right. Just so you guys know, David M. Kesha will be joining us at 8 as my new YouTube partner for the channel. In case you missed that announcement earlier or did not see the video, we are moving the pregame streams to Thursdays now for the rest of the year. Along with that announcement. So that's big news. David will be running a third of what I've been doing as the owner of the channel. And I'm not looking to take any steps back. I'm just putting some of the work into his hands, for a few hours, of each day, so I can pursue other projects outside of YouTube and really start to make some income for myself. So hopefully everything goes well, and we're excited to have him back in the chat at 8 o'clock here in about 8 minutes or a little after. So you'll be hearing from him a lot more often, and a little bit of info about him. His channel is Panthers Super Dave. If you haven't heard of him before, he's a really good guy, and he's been on the Facebook chat a couple of times during streams. So I've been training this dude up for about 2 weeks, and I'm very excited to bring him in. He's going to come and go as he pleases, but I'm still going to be doing everything I've been doing, so don't expect any changes except for the pregame stream schedule to accommodate him. That being said, we're going to get into this Falcons team in just a minute, which I said I was going to do. And the later part of the stream, I would like to look at the PFN mock draft simulator, because I want to know what players we're going to be doing with in the next draft. Who can we build up in the 2022 draft that could potentially help us? We'll talk about that later on. We'll also do a press conference or two from Phil Snow and Matt Rule. I'm done with Joe Brady. I don't want to hear his excuses anymore. All I want to hear is Matt Rule and Phil Snow, because those two seem to know what they're doing. Phil Snow more so than Matt Rule. So, I'm excited to dive into those later on and find out what we're doing with this week. Truly find out. If you missed it before the break, we were talking about offensive coordinator possibilities. We were talking about Scott Milinovich of the Colts, the quarterback coach, and Cam Turner of the Arizona Cardinals, who formerly worked with us, who has an amazing track record. And he worked with Cam Newton for a good while. So, if Cam Turner's name pops up in that carousel of people looking for an offensive coordinator job, we got to grab him quick. No doubt about it. That's the guy. To me, that is the guy. I don't care if he's just working with mobile quarterbacks or just any quarterback in general that we bring in. That's the guy. Now, I'm not sure how he is with offensive line, which is why we need a new offensive line coach. The one we currently have is horrible. Okay? Horrible. So, when we put both together, we could have a successful season if we draft the right guys on the offensive line. And it's going to take a number of years to fully fix the line to where we want it. Which is why my suggestion is, during every draft, we need an offensive tackle, offensive guard. Offensive tackle, offensive guard. One of each every draft, regardless of whether we found our guys or not, whether we hit or missed. You know, every single draft. Because I'm tired of this, man. That needs to be the first 2 picks of every draft. And it's going to look a little weird to the people that are talking about us, Oh, you need these players, or you need this position, or you need that position. No. Offensive tackle, offensive guard, every year. Whether it be, it's got to be in the first 3 draft picks every year. I'm not settling anymore, folks. I'm done. I'm done hearing about the offensive line problems. We need to fix this. At some point in the next 5 years, there's got to be a hit in that area, in one of those 2 positions. There's got to be. I refuse to believe there isn't. As good as offensive line people we've had come through these drafts, somebody's got to be a hit. I'm not looking to sink a battleship right now, but you know what I'm saying? I just want somebody that'll stick. That's all I want. For either one of those positions. That'll actually do the job and not get our quarterbacks killed. That's all I'm asking for. Holding calls and false starts, I can live with to a degree. As long as you get the job done. And I think Deontay Brown is going to be a hit instead of a miss. I really, really still believe that. I'm doubling down on that. I still believe it. Cameron Irving, I've got question marks about. John Miller ain't it. John Miller is not it. Keep hunting. Keep searching. Guard position is our problem now. That's our main priority now. It's shifted from tackle to guard. So we start hunting there. So just a real quick summary. We don't know what's going on with the Watson situation, so that's why we kind of backed out. Dolphins wanted to clear the cases before he gets traded there. They've got the capital, they've got the picks, they've got everything they need, but he's got to clear the capital. He's got to clear the cases, man. And he ain't done it yet. We got a week till trading deadline, and he hasn't done it yet. That's not going to happen. So that puts us right in the running, since we have been consistently playing musical chairs whether we want to be in or not. It's been there. So, just a couple of days ago, we said we were not in. Right after the Giants game, we said we were in, so we got to pick one. Which one are we doing? Are we in or out? It's not a coin flip, guys. Come on. Figure it out. Either we want this man or we don't. And it depends on the Texans management, and it depends on Watson. Because he has the final say. If he does not want to be traded to a certain team, he will let you know. He don't want to go to the Eagles. He already stated that. He said, look, man, I like the Dolphins. They are trying hard to make that deal with the Dolphins. But it ain't going to happen before trade deadline. If you see it happen at all, if we don't make a move for him, it's going to happen in the offseason. So, I like the idea of the conditional pick. If he plays, they get the pick. I like that. But we got to put together a package that works. We got to make darn sure we don't give away the farm to get Watson. like the Dolphins are trying to do. That's the problem. I think, again, as I stated at the beginning of this stream, Sam Darnold, Robbie Anderson are going to be a top two. They go in that trade package. We're going to throw in a 1, probably, first round. I'm okay with that. I prefer that to be a player. Or a stack of players, maybe. That adds up to a 1. But if we have to use a 1, we do. That's how it is. I don't like it, but that's how it is. But yeah, the confidence in this team's success this year is pretty much gone. We're not making the playoffs. We're not doing anything. So we're trying to set up for 2022. And the best way to do that is to set ourselves up with a quarterback, an offensive line, a new offensive coordinator, and bring in some players that we know are going to fill in these gaps for the players that are leaving. So it's time right now to start hunting for that stuff. I think now is a good time to start looking at the options in the 2022 draft, actually, and start watching some of these games, scouting them out. Let's see what we might get, It's never too early when your season is dead to start looking. That's what I say. Because you're already setting up. You already want next year. So if we lose out, we get a top 5 pick probably. Most likely we will. Typically 3-win teams get a top 5. That means we got a shot at that North Carolina quarterback from the Tar Heels. So, real quick hash up of what our 4 options are. We could stick with Sam Darnold without Joe Brady and with a built-up offensive line. See how that happens. See how that works. That's option number 1. Number 2, we could try to trade for Watson. Again, that's got to be a proper trade value. That's got to be a conditional pick in there. And let's see how that rolls. 3, we could hope that we get lucky in the quarterback carousel at the end of the year once it starts up. And we have no idea who's going to be in it. So it's a lottery pick, basically. Or 4, we go and we try to go after that North Carolina quarterback in the top 5 picks. He could possibly drop into the top 10. It happened last year with Justin Fields, so you never know. It's been a reoccurring pattern in the top 10 drafts, that I've seen in the first rounds where these overhyped quarterbacks or properly hyped quarterbacks that are well deserving of it have dropped a little lower than they really should be because a few of those top 5 teams need something else, when they start drafting. So, or they just go for the best player available in certain positions where they have needs. So you don't know what's going to happen. That top 10 is screwy every year in that way. There's no real full pattern of what's going to happen. And there's always that one team that screws it up like the 49ers did last year. So we'll see. Ace says, my confidence in this team is depleted, as is everybody's, I believe. Houston really has no leverage anymore because teams are pulling out. I mean, honestly, teams have been pulling out for weeks now. we're really the only one that's been kind of on the fence. Besides Miami. And I don't think he's going to get traded before the deadline, especially because the Miami said they wanted Watson's legal situation. Yeah, exactly. Exactly what I pointed out. So I don't know. It ain't going to happen. All right, so I just got word from my new partner, David, that he's not going to be able to make the stream tonight. That's okay. But we'll be very, very excited to see him come into the post-game stream and hang out with us there and give his opinions and stuff like that. But you'll be seeing him more often once we get there. Ace says, I really like Malik Willis, but I think Sam Howell is going to fall further than what everyone expected. Yeah. Like, I'm with you, man. I think Sam Howell will drop a little bit. Hopefully right into our lap. And I think if we don't get Sam Howell, we immediately go for an offensive tackle or an offensive guard. That would be my first round. I don't think we even screw around anymore with other positions in the first 2 rounds. There's just no point. We've already built up our defense. I think first round should be Sam Howell or a lineman. Second round should be either an offensive tackle or an offensive guard, whichever one you didn't pick in the first round. Third round is optional. You can go whichever offensive lineman you didn't get in the first 2 rounds, with Sam Howell. Or you can go safety to replace Sean Tanner, which I really, really do not feel confident in Sean Chandler at all. I really don't. I feel like 4th round should be a wide receiver because we may be throwing Robbie Anderson into some trade talks, into some trade packages, and I really, really hate to see all these moves being made with such a good wide receiver and him not be able to do anything, because of Joe Brady handicapping him. But we all know how strong and talented Robbie is, so, take that for what it is. He's got trade value. Don't ignore it, man. He's got trade value. And that's exactly what we want. So, that being said, him packaged up with somebody else could get us a 3rd. I really do believe that. I don't think we're getting our 2nd round pick back, but we could definitely get a 3rd. And a 3rd helps us. So, as I mentioned in the beginning of the stream, this is what our picks look like. Round 1, we got a 1st round pick. We have a 4th round pick. We have a 5th. We have another 5th. We have a 6th. We have another 6th. And we have a 7th. So, what we really, really need is that 2nd or 3rd back. Either one will do. I just want one pick out of those 2. Will do. And that'll help us to get that offensive lineman that we need at guard position if we do get Sam Howell. So I think it really, really would be worth our while to trade C.J. Henderson, Robbie Anderson, and Sam Darnold, maybe, for a quarterback, if you're trying for Watson, that would be a move that we could make. With a high draft pick from next year, I would be okay with that. That's proper trade value. Consider what he's worth. He ain't worth what the Miami Dolphins are offering him. I can tell you that. Have I heard about the Russell Wilson trade rumors? I have heard about the rumors, but I haven't heard what they are. If you don't mind filling us in on what those might be, that would be great. Yeah, I didn't specifically hear what those rumors were. And this is where these trades have backfired on us when we started moving the second and third round picks, because we got to have that guard position filled. We got to have that safety position filled to replace Sean Chandler, plus a wide receiver position to replace Robbie if we throw him in a package. We got enough corners. We're good there. We could throw one of those in. Like I said, CJ Henderson. Maybe AJ Boye. I would throw him in. But at the moment, man, we have got to throw in a trade package that gets us a second or a third back. It's got to happen. We have really handicapped ourselves in the second and third round. And it's not good. Because that's where all the linemen are going to be. That's where you're likely to get a safety from. A high grade safety, an A or a B safety. Grade safety. Because past the fourth round, you're looking at a B minus, C plus safeties, and you're really gambling right there. You could go after one that would be better than Sean Chandler, but they better be able to open field tackle and cover people at least halfway decently, as much as Trey Boston did back before you put in Sean Chandler. It better be at least Trey Boston level if you're drafting a safety past the fourth. That's what I'm thinking. And there's also free agency, plus the fact that we don't know who's going to be tossed, who isn't, at the end of this year, due to cap room, contracts. Those are going to come into play at that point. But right now, that's what this draft is looking like in 2022. Take it for what it is. Apparently, Russell Wilson is not happy in Seattle, and same for his wife. Okay. Did any teams express interest in it? Yeah, I've heard that Russell Wilson was not happy. So, and going after Rodgers is going to be expensive in Green Bay, if we can even get him. I doubt it. I doubt it, man. You got a better chance of winning the state lottery, honestly. I don't know what's going on up in Green Bay right now, but that Green Bay management has been screwing people for a long time. So, pick your poison on that one. But would I love to have Aaron Rodgers? Absolutely. Would I like to have Russell Wilson? Absolutely. I think Russell Wilson is probably the best option for us at this point. I would love to have Russell Wilson. Sign me up for that one. We saw what this man could do with even half of an O-line. Sign me up. But, and we've got half an O-line right now. So, sign me up for this man right here. I would love to have Russell. Can we trade Sam Darnold, Robbie Anderson, and maybe CJ Henderson for Russell? Is that proper trade value, do you think? Or do we need more? That's my question. I'd rather not trade a pick if we don't have to, because at this point, we're kind of playing with fire already with draft picks. But one of these 2 5s might be nice, to throw in there. That'd be okay with me. We don't need 2 5s. We got 2 6s. We can trade up if we need to and get a 5. And that's 7. We can just get a kicker, right? That's what we can do there. That's really what I'm thinking could happen here. Wouldn't that be ironic if we used the round 5 that we acquired from the Jaguars with the CJ Henderson trade to trade CJ? To throw him in a package for Russell Wilson. Oh my goodness. How would that go over with the media? That would be interesting. All right, so the Broncos and the Saints have been rumored. Interesting. Okay. I think we ought to throw our name in that. I think it's time. Let's take our name out of the hat for Watson. Let's go for Russell Wilson instead. Russell does not have any negative publicity. That's number 1. Number 2, he's a little bit better than Watson is. He's had more league experience, plus some playoff experience. 3, he's got a great personality and he's great locker room influence for us. And we could get him for cheaper than Watson. I mean, that's a win-win for us right there, man. That's a win-win for both teams. I think, if you're Winston, you're looking to go to a team that could be a contender. All you got to do is have a management that will build around you. And I think our management could build around it. The problem has been the line. It's always been the line. Whether we got Joe Brady in there or not. I think we get rid of Joe Brady regardless. We get an offensive coordinator in here that knows what he's doing. It's got some fire in his belly. It's got a decent playbook that we could work with. Trade for Wilson. And, watch the offense bloom. Try to retain as many of these defensive players as we can. It's going to cost money. But it's worth it, If we have to spend like a 5th that we got from the Jaguars, we'll do it. If we got to spend a 4th or a 5th next year, we'll do it. Whatever it takes. As long as it's proper trade value and it doesn't cripple us. I think that's the move. I honestly do believe that's the move. And as far as offensive coordinator goes, I love Cam Turner. God, I love Cam Turner. This dude's resume is through the roof. He's already worked with Cam Newton. He's worked with Kyler Murray. You saw how that turned out. And he's already got ties with us. He worked with Leslie Frazier. The dude's got a resume a mile long that could really, really benefit us if we get him back. If his name gets even remotely dropped in the hat for offensive coordinator, we need to grab him. We need to make an offer. Which I don't think it will. If Arizona's got any brains, they will not let this man leave. So, I think those are the plays to make. But we need a backup option in case Cam Turner doesn't show up. Who is going to show up on that list? We got Scott from the Colts. We got, I remember there's one other name that was dropped out there too from last stream. Late in the stream, like 6th or 7th hour of the stream. If any of y'all were here during that time, drop that name if you remember it, because we'll talk about it. We'll talk about it. We'll spend as much time as we need to about the future of 2022, because that's where we're looking right now. I won't spend as much time with the Falcons game, but we'll get into it for sure. We'll spend a good hour and a half on it for sure. But sadly, his agent said that Russell Wilson has not asked for a trade, and if he does, the Panthers are not his preferred destination. Whoa. That hurts. That hurts. God, that hurts. Nobody wants to come here, man. Because they've seen how we treat quarterbacks. Yo. Come on, man. I'll tell you one reason he doesn't want to come here is because of Joe Brady. Joe Brady's playbook is garbage. The other reason is because of Ron Rivera's staff. Because of how they treated quarterbacks. And if you're a veteran quarterback in the league and you see that kind of treatment and you think, okay, well, is the new head coach going to treat me the same way as Ron Rivera treated Cam Newton, Is that going to happen to me? Are these trainers different from the ones that Ron Rivera had that are misdiagnosing stuff, that are getting investigated by the DEA? We don't know. Because this type of stuff doesn't get out there, man. It doesn't. This is the behind the curtain stuff that you never hear about. But it's precisely this stuff that we need to be concerned about. Because this is the difference between bringing in good players that are worth our time and our money and our draft picks and suffering through another 5-win season. This is the type of stuff I'm talking about, man. That's why I'm spending time on this. I wouldn't spend time on it if I didn't truly believe that. If it truly did not matter, and we had a decent training staff, we didn't have to worry about that, and these injuries are legitimate, then it's fine. But no, let me show y'all the amount of injuries that we've had this year. It is just astronomically ridiculous. This is where we got a problem. We'll put that right there. Also, Zoom chat is open if anybody's interested in joining in. Check out the pinned post in the chat if you want to jump in and share your opinions. But let me just make sure y'all can see this real quick. And no, this. All right. Look at this list right here. All right, now tell me what kind of drills we're running where the punter has a back injury, where he's put on the IR. Tell me what kind of drills we're running where we got 2 people on concussion protocol and Richie hasn't even been barely used. Please explain to me how we got all these doggone injuries. Now Nixon is added to that list with a knee injury. That knee injury happened in practice. That didn't even happen on the field. That happened in practice, bro. Is this trainer misdiagnosing these injuries? That's the question of today, man. That's the question of today. We got to figure that out. This management has got to get their head out of the sand and realize that we got a problem. We cannot continue like this. I mean, 2 weeks ago, we had 4 people with injury status. 2 of them weren't even playing a single snap. They have never played a single snap on that Panthers field except for preseason. And somehow in week 5 or 6, I think it was week 6, we're sitting there with these 2 guys on the injury list because of a practice. This is where we got problems, folks. We cannot retain these people if we're injury prone. And we don't even know if these injuries are the legitimate ones. It's a guessing game. And that pisses me off. As a Panthers fan, that should piss you all off too. Not knowing what's actually going on with this team behind the curtain with injuries. Now, I'm not saying we should know everything behind the curtain. There's some stuff that doesn't need to be shown. I will say that. But when it comes to injuries, we deserve to know the truth. Because injuries can play a major factor whether you win or lose a game. Injuries can play a major factor whether you get to the playoffs or not. Or have a trash season. So I need to know, are they telling us the truth? That is where you question whether it's a truth or a lie. Not what Matt Rule is saying. Matt Rule is just telling you straight up, these are the excuses for why we can't win a game. This is this and that. You know, I don't need to hear all that. I just need him to step up and get the job done with what he's got. He's informed from the training staff of these injuries. He ain't got nothing to do with the injury status process. What we need to know is from the training staff, are they telling us the truth? This is important, folks, because this determines who we keep, who we don't, who gets traded, who stays, contracts, money. There's all sorts of things that come into play here. And when you got injuries that you don't even know what these injuries are, you know, are these real? Even we don't know. A few of them are, yeah. I'll grant you, the ones that have happened on the field that we have seen, you know, while watching the games, we know those are real injuries. You know, we can kind of guess that, yeah, those are pretty much correct, you know, diagnoses. But it's the ones in practice, man. It's the ones in practice that where we got people on injury list on Wednesdays, you know, we have not even got to Saturday yet. And these guys are already hurt. On the first day of practice this week. Come on, man. You're going to tell me that this is exactly what's going on with these injuries? You're going to sit here and blatantly lie to us? I don't know, man. I just hope they're telling us the truth. I genuinely hope they're telling us the truth. You know, I don't like that, man. Concussion protocol. Like, what kind of drills is Richie doing that puts him on concussion protocol? For goodness sakes, man, what are y'all doing to this man? This is, I don't get it. Cameron Irving, yeah, we've seen the neck problem. We've seen that actively happen on the field. I could buy that one. You know, Trent Scott with a finger injury, okay, sure. Full practice. You know, Shaq with the foot injury. We knew about that one before he re-injured it. That's not new. We could tell that was a foot injury. That's real. Terrace Marshall. Okay, now the rest of y'all. I don't know how CJ Henderson got that shoulder injury. I don't know how Terrace Marshall got a concussion. I don't know how Richie got a concussion. I don't know how David Nixon got a knee injury. And this mysterious back injury of Matt Paradis pisses me off too. I don't know what that is either. Like, what is going on? How did y'all get these injuries? Can somebody explain that to me? Because I'm lost. I've been lost for 3 weeks now. How y'all got those injuries? And they were all during practice. They ain't on the field. Those are during practice. Like I said, we don't know. We don't know if these are real. We have no clue. We have no way of knowing because they never go public with this stuff. They just ask that you trust what they say. Right now, I don't trust nothing that comes out of Joe Brady's mouth. I'll tell you that right now. Okay, we're not even going there right now. Alright. That's not even what. You know, at what point do we go and we say, we got to find a solution? And honestly, I'm starting to get pissed off at this management because they cannot figure out what they want to do to resurrect this season or to prepare for 2022. It's like we got no plan. And Scott Fitterer is looking at this entire crew just like, are you kidding me? I got to do everything myself. Oh, Lord. I mean, Scott, you got huge shoes to fill, my friend. I'm not even lying to you. You got some huge shoes right now. Good luck. Good luck figuring all this out. He knew exactly what this was when he came into that general manager job. So, you know, I feel bad for the man. I truly do. But if we want to start fixing it, we need people like Cam Turner. You know? We need people like Phil Snow, who's stepping up this year. We've got options, man. We just got to figure out what we want to do. We got 1 week until the Patriots absolutely run us over. 1 week to figure it out. And Lord help us if we can't, because we're going to sit through another year next year, wonder what the heck happened. Why are we here? We're going to complain about this player, complain about this coach, yada, 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 this, that, and the third. Why can't we just look ahead a little bit and try to get this stuff solved once we know the season's dead? This week? Let's start this week. You know what I'm saying? Don't wait until the off season to start trying to create a solution to this problem. Let's start this week. And that's what Scott Federer is doing. Now, where are the rest of y'all in the management? Are your brains on vacation? Like, seriously. It's time. It's time, man. We got to start. We can't just, we just got to get through the year. We just got to let's just get through the rest of the year. You know, we're okay with these players. We're all right with this team being where it is. You know, that's the mindset. You got Sam Darnold over here saying, it is what it is. When this man lost his quarterback job in the fourth quarter of that Giants game. It is what it is. Repeating the old John Fox mantra. It is what it is every time we got a loss. This is what we're doing now. This team really is lost if that's what we're doing. Lord, please help this Carolina Panthers team figure out what they're doing. Please. Please. I'm at a spot where I'm just like, what are we thinking, man? What goes through these people's brains when we start prepping for games? And we think, we'll be all right. We got enough preparation. You know, it's the Giants. It's the Giants. And I ain't gonna lie to you. I was sitting here like, okay. You know, it's the Giants. We should be able to win this game by like 7 points or something, right? I kind of had that mindset too. Nope, we can't even handle them. They blew us out. We managed 3 points. 3. Against the second worst team in the NFL. 3. How do we go from 28 points against the Cowboys and think this team's set up for a 10-win season, you know, to where we are now? How do we get there? How did we get here? Well, it's simple. It's Joe Brady. We're here on Thursday. That game was on Sunday. And Matt Rule has not found the spine to fire this man yet. I don't know about y'all, but I'm pissed off. This man should not have a job in Carolina anymore. He needs to go back to college. He should not be here. All right. So y'all want to talk about the Falcons. All right, let's go. Let's get into this Falcons depth chart then. since we're already here. We might as well talk about this game. I don't feel like we could win it though. Lordy mercy, I don't think we can win this. We're gonna have Falcons fans talking trash all week. I just got that feeling. I know y'all feel like that too. Just prepare for it. Just get ready for it. That's all I'm saying. Ace says Sam seems like he has no more confidence. Yeah, man. Like, fight for your starting job, man. Fight for your starting job. What? You got 100 people fighting for your spot in the NFL. 100 people at least. In any given position. That are hungry for a chance. Whether they've got the talent or not. You gonna come out here and you gonna say, it is what it is when you get benched? That's the type of attitude that gets you traded or put on the free agent list. If I was a head coach, I wouldn't put up with that crap. I would sit that man down. I'd say, look, either you want to play or you don't. If you don't, get the crap out of Carolina. We're putting you on a plane today. If you do want to play, show me. Show me in practice. I give you 2 days of practice. Show me that you want to play here. Otherwise, I'm throwing you in a trade package today. I'm done with this. I am done with that mindset of settling in this team. I know y'all are too. That's all we seem to do is settle. Settling will not beat a team like the Falcons when you're dealing with people like Calvin Ridley, you're dealing with Matt Ryan, you're dealing with Kyle Pitts over here. You know, you're dealing with people like AJ Terrell that came from Clemson. You know, you're dealing with Grady Jarrett. Dying will not get you a win against people like that. And this is just the Falcons. Okay? This is one of the worst teams in the NFL. If we keep settling against teams like this and the Giants, we're already sunk. We've already shot ourselves in the foot so many times, it's not even funny. We might as well just kill it. We might as well kill the season. If that's the attitude that we're going to bring to these games. I'm tired of this. Are y'all with me on that, man? Come on, man. Is Stephon Gilmore playing? I don't know. I have not heard anything about it. As of right now, my answer to that is I don't know. I will check the Facebook post and we'll see if anybody's posted anything. Thus far, we only have posted in one group so far. No new news about that, unless it's an oppressor that we don't know about. So yeah, unless it's an oppressor, I don't know. Which we'll look at those. after we go over this Falcons depth chart and stuff. We'll get there. All right, so obviously everybody knows Calvin Ridley is dangerous. Do not let this man out. I expect Dante Jackson to be on him for the entire game. Kyle Pitts, he could be interesting as far as a threat. What's he been doing this year? Have they used him much? Okay, 31 receptions, 471 yards, 1 touchdown. Okay. Got it. All right, so we got 119 yards against the Jets. We got 163 yards against the Dolphins. You know, anybody can get a touchdown against the Jets. Come on. It's New York. But before that, they were throwing to everybody else. But he was getting his average 4 to 5 catches, you know. So if we take away Calvin Ridley, that ball is going to him. That's what that tells me. And he was averaging about 50, 73 in this one against the Buccaneers, 31 against the Eagles, you know, and 35 against the Giants. Not exciting. But yeah, he's a rookie from Florida. So, all right, excuse me. So what has Matt Ryan been doing this year? Same old Matt Ryan stuff. Come on. 14 years in the league, 12 touchdowns, 4 interceptions. Just racking up yards. 1,668. 96.8 rating. I want y'all to see this, man. I want y'all to see these ratings because everybody that keeps calling Matt Ryan trash, look at these ratings. Look at these yardage every game. The Falcons losing is not his fault. Stop using Matt Ryan as your scapegoat. If you're an Atlanta fan, please stop. It's not him. Look at these ratings 95.4, 109.7, 111.5, 111.2. And y'all still think Matt Ryan is the problem in Atlanta? Come on, man. Get real. This man can shred your defense if you let him. Don't let him. We got a defense that won't let him. We're strong enough that we will not let him. Now, the problem is, and this is where we lose this game, is because the offense can't put up points. So guess who has to be on the field too long again? This Panthers defense. And guess what our fourth quarter is going to look like? It's going to be an Atlanta 14-point lead at the end of it. I'm just telling you what I see. I'm telling you like I see it. If y'all came here for optimism, you came here at the wrong time. You came to the wrong place right now because I have zero confidence that we're going to beat the Falcons this week. Zero. If we play like we did last week, this Falcons team will blow us out. Can you imagine the Atlanta Falcons blowing us out? The last time the Atlanta Falcons blew us out, Ron Rivera lost his job. I'm just saying. Joe Brady better be out that door. Joe better be out that door. I'm telling you. Stop covering up for this man. Stop. Just stop. The more you cover up for him, the more smoke gets in your corner. As a head coach, that's smoke you don't want, Matt Rule. You do everything else decently well, man. I ain't gonna say great, but decently well, to make yourself worthy of being in the NFL. As a head coach, he's earned it. Except for covering up for bad coordinators. Guess what coaches do in college when they've got a bad coordinator? They toss them. You see it every week in college. When a team has a bad season and they recognize it's the coordinator, bye-bye. You get to the NFL, it's even quicker. It's even quicker, folks. When you see these teams have a rough season, look at the Lions, man. The Lions are constantly tossing people, man. The Jaguars are constantly tossing coaches. Some of them, it's not even their fault. And they just get the short end of the stick. Oh, too bad. You couldn't beat this team. You couldn't beat this team. You couldn't beat this team. You couldn't check these boxes. Bye-bye. Bye-bye. Pageant wave to you. Bye-bye. We ain't wasting no more time with you. Bye-bye. So, with a team like the Falcons, who will eventually start finding breakdowns in your coverage, and AJ, I'm talking to you, this is where we're going to get hurt. This is what's going to cost us this game. It's not going to be special teams, folks. Not this week. It's going to be Matt Ryan shredding AJ Boye unless he gets his act together. It's going to be Matt Ryan shredding CJ Henderson unless he gets his act together. It's going to be AJ. It's going to be Matt Ryan shredding Sean Chandler, knowing that he's awful. If you watch any tape on Sean Chandler this year, it doesn't, or in coverage in general. So what you do is you just take this man out of these good corners out of the play. You take the linebackers out of the play, and you're left with Sean Chandler. Whoop, that's 15 yards. Whoop, that's 7 yards. Whoop, that's a first down. I mean, Matt Ryan is going to shred this dude. No doubt about it. Now, Sean Chandler, when the other team's moving down the field, he will make open field, give up before he makes those open field tackles. See, that's the stuff that doesn't show up in the stats. That's the stuff you're not going to see unless you look at it on film. And Matt Rule, I know you're watching these films every week. I know you see this garbage, and you refuse to do anything about it. You keep putting this man on the field. You keep putting him in red zones. And you expect this man to do better than he's doing right now. You're expecting the impossible. Okay? It's like expecting the Loch Ness Monster to turn into the abominable snowman. It's like expecting the Kool-Aid Man to burst through your living room at any given moment. But it never happens. Okay? You're expecting the impossible from this man. You get my point. This is just getting ridiculous at this point. 920K. We're wasting 920K on this. This is absurd. And watch Matt Ryan expose him again this week. Just watch. That's all I'm going to say. Just watch. Don't take my word for it. Watch the game. Watch him get shredded. 920K for that. And AJ got shredded too. What are y'all doing? Now, I understand if you're a veteran player and you just decide, at a certain point during that Giants game, we're down by like 17 points. There ain't no way we're coming back. All right. Cool. I'm just out here in a uniform. I don't blame you at that point. If you're deep into the fourth quarter, we got, if we even have a snowball's chance, then I need y'all playing at full potential. And y'all coming out here with that type of energy, man, that we have in 14 and 15. But if you're going to come out here when we got a snowball's chance and you guys are going to be lazy, I get it. After the fourth quarter, and that lead's already been built up against us by the Giants, I get it. I ain't mad at you. I ain't going to throw fire at y'all. Not for that. Now, if you've been consistently bad and you know you can correct it, that I'm going to throw fire at. When we got a chance to win. And we had a chance to win against the Giants early on in the game. And we already know that Sean Chandler is the kryptonite. Of this defense. It's clear to me. It's clear to everybody. It's plainly obvious to anybody that's got a pair of eyes that's watching this game film. If Daniel Jones shredded him that bad, what do you think Matt Ryan's going to do? This man's been in the league for 18 years. 14 years, sorry. 14 years. He's been shredding secondaries for that long. What do you think he's going to do to you? Dealing with this Falcons offense is not a cakewalk. They got a lot of weapons they can use against you, but a terrible offensive line. It's a mirror image of us, except for Matt Ryan's about 50 times better than Sam Darnold. It's essentially what we're doing with. And plus the fact that one of their wide receivers is not being targeted 1,000 times and dropping balls in wide open space. That's the other difference. So, I don't think any of these backups would generally hurt us, except for maybe Wayne Gallman. I could see Wayne Gallman hurting us at some point if he ended up in the game. Because I know what Wayne could do. He's a former Clemson Tiger. I know what he could do. Hayden Hurst, I ain't worried about him that much. But let's just see what he has done so far. 16 catches, 138 yards, 8.6, 1 touchdown. Yeah, they've been spreading the ball around. That's the thing. Matt Ryan does love to spread the ball around. Now, if you could start predicting where he's going to start spreading this ball around on certain plays, in certain situations, and you could start to take advantage of Matt Ryan's thought process a little bit. But with the pressure that we're getting on him, I don't think it's going to be enough. Yeah, Matt Ryan does take sacks instead of extend plays, but generally. But when you put blitzes on him, he will find that check down in 0.5 seconds. I'm telling you. 14 years of experience, that's what it does for you. Especially for a baller like this man. And I'm not trying to show love to Atlanta at all in any means. I'm just saying, I'm just speaking straight facts. This is what we already know. These are facts, folks. If you think I'm showing any love to Atlanta, no. I can't stand Atlanta. I'm just speaking on this man's ability, though. I'm allowed to do that as a Panthers fan. Mike Davis isn't really that exciting as a running back to me. He's 5'9", 220, kind of undersized. He's really supposed to be a speed back. 66 carries, 214, 3.2 average, 1 touchdown. Yeah, see, not real exciting. He's had a couple of good games against the Bucks, and one against the Jets. Ugh, excuse me. And, of course, against the Giants, in a 17-14 win. But, nothing too exciting, to be honest. He had one 12-yard run. He had one 10-yard run. But, I mean, yeah, if you're expecting him to be a track runner and take you to the promised land, it ain't happening. But any of these guys in the NFL could become track runners if you don't contain them. The fact that we don't have Nixon in could be bad. So let's take a look at that Panthers depth chart. Who's behind Nixon? That's what we need to know. Injury list for the Falcons, we got Avery Williams, the corner, AJ Terrell with a concussion. I don't think we'll see AJ Terrell, which is helpful to us. But Avery Williams, we will, with a hamstring injury. But he could go down with that injury again, though. So we'll see. And there you see new addition, Amir Abdullah, that we just got last week. We signed a wide receiver as well. His name is not on the list yet. I think I posted that. I'm not sure if I did or not. But yeah, we did. So, with Nixon being down, we still got Derek Brown. We still got Daquan Jones. So Derek Brown comes in for Nixon. We got Sam Franklin Jr. sitting here. Okay, so Sean Chow was a strong safety. Okay. So Sam Franklin Jr. That also helps us out. When we're drafting for a safety, that helps us out. Because instead of looking for a free safety, which would be tougher to get, A strong safety is going to be sitting there in the first 3 rounds, typically. Oh, excuse me. All right. But yeah, that helps us out at a strong safety, though, when we go to draft. So I'm excited about that. Shout out to Shanika, who's checking us out on Facebook. What's up? How you doing? Oof. Do you notice we don't have a punter? Look at this. Ooh, that ain't good. We don't have a punter, ladies and gentlemen. What are we doing on that? Alright, so we got Michael Jordan starting. I like that. Cameron Irving. We got some question marks there. Trent Scott, we got a few question marks. Dennis Daly hasn't looked real good, but we got Trent Scott behind him, so I guess that's all right. Brady Christensen, we have shifted around to right tackle. I'm okay with that. We got everybody else basically same spots they were. Nothing different there on offense, really. Defensive end. Still got Brian Burns. We still got Morgan Fox. Brian Burns got freed up during that Giants game and got some stuff done, but Morgan Fox didn't really do much. Okay. So we got Shaq coming back. Maybe. 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 No? No. Nah. As much as I would love to have him back, I don't think he's coming back. But wait, he is coming back. Our guy here, Shaq Thompson, is coming back instead of being on that IR. So let's see. Physically, I'm feeling good. Mentally, I'm feeling great. I'm just happy to be back out there with my brothers. Happy to run around with them and bring the energy. That's the attitude, man, that we need. Yes, sir, Shaq. Okay. Panthers have a section that says "Ask the Old Guy." Okay. With Darren Gant. Okay. Working through a streak. But sweeping generalizations aren't always correct ones. Okay. I want to see what this dude has to say. 4-game losing streaks are bad. Times are tense. People are on their edge. Emotions run hot, and that's just at the grocery store. He ain't lying. As it pertains to mailbags, it's also a fairly negative atmosphere. It's understandable. Yeah. So, let's see. Oof. Oh, I like this. I like this answer. As to the last part of the question, asking about Cam Newton, when exactly has having a few drinks at the end of a bad day and texting your ex worked out happily and peacefully in the long run for anybody? Preach. Preach. Love that. Okay. It seems like there's a ton of love for Joe Brady's story, and he's consistently touted as being an offensive genius by almost everyone in the media. While I certainly am no expert in running an NFL offense, it does seem like our offensive woes the last few weeks have been put squarely on CMC being hurt. Our offensive line, or Sam Darnold, reverting to his old ways instead of asking questions of the offensive coordinator. That's half the offense. That's half the fan base, my friend. The other half that knows what we're doing are clearly putting all the heat on Joe Brady. With all due respect, Austin, you haven't been paying attention to the other ones. Rule even seems to take heat, understandably as the head coach, but no one seems to question the play calling, game planning, practice. There it is, practice and execution of the offensive genius that's quote unquote the next head coach in the NFL. Ooh. All right. Brady is an astoundingly a bright young offensive coach. Ooh. That's not true. I'm sorry. Stop covering up for him. Darren, please stop covering up for this man. Please stop. Please stop. Okay? We already know. It's not rocket science. It's not rocket science. All right? This dude is not as bright as everybody thinks he is. No, it does not remain true. He has already gotten himself in the loop of guys who interview for head coaching jobs and they tend to remain there. Oh, really? Oh, really now? Do they really? But I don't think it's accurate to suggest he's escaping all the heat for the role in this. Rule said Monday he met with Brady first thing in the morning to discuss how to fix things. When asked directly if he was considering a change in the way they call plays, Rule replied, I wouldn't say that's my thought right now, but we have to get something fixed. Wow. Really? He wanted to talk about the main issues being ones of execution rather than plan at the moment. But there's not any element of the offense that's above scrutiny right now. Oh. Y'all killing me with this. Joe Brady remains smart. Does he really? Okay. That's not the same as being immune from questioning. Is he smart, though? Mr. Gant, I would like to see you watch this man run through a presser. Just one time. Just one time. I'll show you how smart this guy really is. I'm telling you, dude. I will sit there. I will literally sit there and with you and run through a presser with this man and literally just chill there, just eating some Reese's Pieces. Just like, okay, okay. And let's see if you really believe this man is still smart after watching him run through a breakdown of Joe Brady. He ain't smart. Put him back in LSU. He's not NFL smart, okay? He's not NFL smart. Stop overhyping him. We never said he wasn't immune to questioning. We never said that, bro. Not even once. I'm saying he's not smart. I'm disagreeing with you. He's not NFL smart. He may be able to handle special teams. He may be able to handle maybe some quarterback coaching jobs, but offensive coordinator, no. He ain't ready for that. Not in the NFL. Now here's the bigger problem. When asked directly, I'm gonna highlight this. Folks. I'm gonna read this again for the Facebook folks. Because y'all can't see this. When asked directly if he was considering a change in the way they call plays, we're talking about Matt Rule. We're talking about Matt Rule right now. We ain't even talking about Joe right now. We're talking about Matt Rule was asked this question. Matt Rule's answer was, I wouldn't say that. I wouldn't say that's my thought right now. But we have to get something fixed. So, Matt, do you not see where the problem is, man? We've all clearly pointed it out to you. I mean, it's we're literally waving a flag right in front of your face with the answer on the flag telling you to fire Joe Brady because he's the problem. And you're just like, I wouldn't say that changing the plays is the problem right now. Where there's smoke, there's fire. That's all I'm going to say. It's time to throw some heat at him. That statement right there pissed me off. That right there told me all I need to know. You're going to keep covering for this man until the kingdom come. Because you really do believe in him that much. Well, if you really believe in him that much, you need to get put on the hot seat. Because I'm about done with this, man. I'm about done with this. Like these people said, man, it's 3 years of a rebuild. I'm going to give you one more year, Matt. I'm going to give you one more year. Because I see some good qualities in you. But if you don't have the spine to fire the man that is the problem, you become the problem. Point blank. You become the problem. You become the victim of the Halloween massacre that is the Giants game in the Panthers season. This is Panthers fans right now. We're just wearing that mask because we're so embarrassed to go out in public with our Panthers gear. You know why that is? Matt, do you know why that is? Because you're covering up for the real problem. You're masking the real problem right now. It's like an episode of Scooby-Doo. We don't need the entire gang. We don't even need Scooby-Doo at this point. The viewers of the show have already figured out who the masked man is. That is the problem. Meanwhile, you over here defending the masked man's intentions and ideas and what he's doing. Okay. If you've ever watched an episode of Scooby-Doo, you already know the masked criminals are doing all kinds of stuff, to scare away customers and stuff like that. So that because they're pissed off that their business failed or whatever it is, So what you're doing right now is you're encouraging that masked man in Scooby-Doo to keep doing what he's doing. You're encouraging the guy dressed up as a werewolf or whatever it is, He could be the boogeyman, whatever it is, man. You're encouraging that. Nobody wants to watch that. Nobody wants to watch that. I'm just saying. We're tired of it. The word we need here is accountability. Tepper said it a number of times. He said he's going to do something. When he became owner. His patience only runs so far, Matt. It only runs so far, bro. And when I see stuff like this, that's bro. He met with Brady first thing in the morning. That was the first thing on his agenda. Alright, so your first priority is to try to fix the team. I like that mindset. And the fact that he was considered. Now, the second thing that should be on your mind is the play calling. That should be the second thing that's on your mind. But no, it isn't. No. I wouldn't say that's my thought right now. Why not? Why is that not your second thought when trying to fix this team? Why is that not your second thought when we only put 3 points on the board against the Giants? Things that make you go, And that's why I say when there's smoke, there's fire with Matt Rule. I don't want to go there, man. I don't want to be that guy that keeps throwing you under the bus, Matt Rule. I don't want to have to be that guy. But you're making me be that guy. So much potential in a head coach, man. I'm telling you. And he goes and does this nonsense. I'm a little frustrated. All right, Randall from North Carolina says, I'm a lifelong Panthers fan. Wait. I mean, I've been a fan all their life. Not mine. I grew up watching Johnny Unitas. How deep and wide do you regard the obvious tension surrounding Joe Brady? Old school and in old for my people. Okay. Clearly, it's Joe's turn this week for people to yell at him. This man clearly does not get it. As with the problems with this offense, it's kind of complicated. No, it's not complicated, Mr. Gant. It really isn't. It really isn't. Have you been watching these games at all? Let me simplify things for you. Fire Joe Brady. There you go. One sentence. That's all we need. They work to simplify things and to give Darnold the best chance of success, but with Caffrey out and some receivers dropping passes and excuses. That's all I'm reading right now is excuses and more excuses. Anytime you start talking about finding identity more than a month into the season, things aren't perfect. Well, no duh. I'm off this, man. I'm off this nonsense. Come on, man. This is why I don't read this stuff anymore. Y'all see this now? Y'all understand why? I don't even bother with that. I just wanted y'all to get an idea of who these people are that we're asking these questions to on these Panthers websites. That act like they know everything about anything and talk to these coaches and listen to the press conferences and whatnot, but they don't get anything out of it. I just wanted y'all to see that. Because this is the stuff that holds us back. This is the stuff that keeps us from going forward. I don't like that. But I'm glad I did, because if I didn't read that, I wouldn't have caught that Matt Rule quote right there. Now, maybe he said that in the presser, but I don't know, because I haven't seen the presser yet. We'll play that in a little bit. That really got under my skin right there. When you're trying to fix a team and you see that, ooh, ouch. Not good. Not a good thing to see. All right, so now, we're going to get into a few matchups. And then we'll take a look at a couple of box scores and see what the Falcons have been doing. See if we can find some patterns. Sound good to you? Panthers crew? All right, so I want to highlight A.J. Terrell real quick. Let me show y'all what this man's been doing before he got injured. 13 solo tackles, 1 forced fumble. Oh, he's warming up. He's warming up. Those are warm-up numbers for this man right here. If you have watched this man at Clemson, you know what this man could do. Okay, that's warm-up numbers right there. I want to show y'all what he did last year. 14 games, he had 71 tackles, 58 solo. So that should tell you right there, he's an open field tackler. 13 assists, 7 pass deflections in 14 games. 1 interception. That's just the first year. This man's injured in year 2. But he's already got 21 solo, 21 tackles, 13 solo, 8 assists, 3 pass deflections. Give this man another year once he's off that concussion protocol. Dog. I'm trying to tell you. Watch out. Terrell's about to go off. Y'all think I'm joking. Watch this man next year. I already know what this man could do because I watched him for two to 3 years at Clemson. I already know what he could do. He's a monster. He's a monster, all right? Dante Fowler. Okay. Let's talk about Dante Fowler. 6 total sacks. Tackles. 2 sacks, 2 forced fumbles. So 6 solo tackles, 2 sacks, 2 forced fumbles. And that's just through weeks. That's just through now. This year. Already. He had a sack in the Bucs game. He had a sack in the Giants game. He had a forced fumble in each. He's being a little underutilized, in my opinion. But let's see. Grady Jarrett. What's Grady Jarrett doing this year? 7 years in the league. From Clemson. That's another Clemson boy, by the way. Big old boy. 6 foot even, 305 pounds. At defensive line. Defensive end. 12 solo tackles, 1 sack. I'm telling you, if you want to win, you need those big Clemson players. You need them. You need these big Alabama players. You need these big Ohio State players. And Florida players. If you want to win. You want to win games that matter. He's getting underutilized. Look at this. 4 for 5 total tackles. 3 for 3. 1 for 1. 3 for 3. 1 for 3. We get it, man. This guy can open field tackle. Look at this. He had to have some help during that Bucs game, man, because everybody else was spread out a little bit. But he got a sack against the Giants. I mean, come on, man. Look at these numbers, bro. Look at these numbers. 84 for 99. Open field tackling. 303. And he got 160 of them. Nah, I'm not saying that he didn't have help. He's got a lot of help on that defense, but look at the sack counter. 26.5. That is since 2015. His highest sack total was 2018. He had 6. 2019, he had 7.5. He had 2017, he had 4 sacks. 2020, he had 4 sacks. Oh, and he can recover fumbles too. Don't forget that. 5 forced fumbles. That was back at 18 and 19. He had those. Grady Jarrett's had a good NFL career. I'm very happy for him. That's good. That's very good. If I had to bet, I would say that they're probably going to put Fabian on DJ. And he'll still roast him. Darren Hall is going to be on Robbie, and Robbie still won't get anything going. I mean, it's obvious at this point. You might see a little bit of Avery Williams. But I mean, I just don't see it, man. I don't see a win against this Falcons team. You might see a little bit of Cordell Patterson running in this game against this. That's possible. Overall, though, this Falcons offense isn't going to get much on this defense, but I would say probably 14 to 21 points if they do. And we gotta find a way to not let that defense stay on the field too long. Otherwise, it's gonna be curtains. We're only gonna get 10 points, maybe 3 again. Is that all we're settling for? Probably. I don't see us getting more than that. Can y'all see us getting more than that at this point with Joe Brady's playbook? I don't. Willie Snead is the new wide receiver addition from the Saints. And that word just came from LD. It's been in my chat for a good number of weeks. So, I don't know what to tell you. This team can't figure out what their problem is. We're gonna get roasted again. God help us if Calvin really ends up on the other side with Boye and Chandler. You know, God help us if that happens, because this man's about to run us out of the stadium with like 180 yards and like 2 touchdowns. Knowing Calvin Ridley, he's just a monster. You got to put Dante on him. If Dante gets hurt, we're screwed. We are absolutely and beyond screwed. I'm trying to have some faith in this team, but at this point, there isn't much faith to be had. Y'all want to show me something that's worth developing? You know, show me. But I think by next week I'll probably have seen all I need to see, and we can move people where we need to move them in trades. I think it is trade time. Let's just get some some value for our trades, and let's see what we can get. You know, I'm not ready to retool the entire team, but you know, let's at least try to keep most of the defense if we can. Offensively, I want to keep Deontay Brown. I want to keep DJ Moore. I mean, I want to keep Taylor Moton because I think he does have potential. You just got to get an offensive line coach to get it out of him. I think Brady Christensen needs to be on the bench. He don't need to be tossed, but he needs to be on the bench. I think, you know, like I said earlier, man, I want Sam and Robbie in a trade package. I want that with AJ. And a draft pick. Let's see what we get. Let's see what everybody wants to give us. Right now, I'm not feeling the excitement from this offense at all. We got so many weapons, and I'm just not feeling it. Robbie deserves better. Simple fact. He deserves better than this offense. We all know it. We all know this man's got the talent. Let him go somewhere he deserves to be. Let him play for a ring. Because Lord knows we ain't. It's just another year of disappointment. I'm prepping for the next year. All right, so let's take a look at Willie Snead. Let's see what we got. I want his stats. Now, I'm familiar with this dude. I've heard his name. All right, so career-wise, we got 278 receptions for 3,425 yards, 12.3 average. 16 touchdowns over his career. 3 rushing attempts for 15 yards, 5.0. You got wide receivers that are becoming running backs. You got running backs that are becoming wide receivers in the league now. So, you know, it switches. They both balance out, which is kind of cool. With the Raiders, he had 3 catches for 32 yards, 10.7. 15 was his longest, and he got cut. But look at what he did with the Ravens under a successful offense. Look at these numbers. They're absolutely gorgeous. This man is not declining. He just got hurt. That's all it is. The Raiders are just like, screw this. We're tired of getting hurt players. You know? Let's move them. So they did. But here's the thing, man. It's like CJ Spiller. It's like Christian McCaffrey, you know. He's got that hidden talent, that icing on the cake talent. But he can only display it when he's healthy. All right, so when he's healthy, let's take a look at what he did when he was healthy. With the Ravens, 33 catches, 432 yards, 13.1 average, 34 longest pass, 3 touchdowns. So this is a bomb wide receiver right here. This is a guy you throw deep balls to. And this is a guy you throw medium balls to that turn into yards after the catch. Or even just small plays that turn into big ones because of the yards after the catch. But he had 3 touchdowns last year. Look at that. 2019, he had 31 receptions, 339 yards, 5 touchdowns. Even had 2 rushing attempts. 2018, 62 for 651 yards. I think that might have been one of his better years. 10.5 average, 1 touchdown. 22. Yeah, nothing exciting. But again, that average is real nice. It's 11.5. Moving on to this 2016, first 2 years. 16, you're looking at 72 yards, 895 yards. On 72 receptions, 12.4 average, 4 touchdowns. Rookie year at 15, you're looking at 69 catches, 984 yards, 14.3, and 3 touchdowns. I mean, the dude was a freaking monster when you drafted him. Dude was a beast when Sean Payton drafted him. It was great. He's still got some fuel left in the tank, man. I believe it. Great pickup. If you want a talented wide receiver. Great pickup. But we don't need help at wide receiver. That's the problem. Unless you're planning on moving Robbie Anderson. Then things start to look a little different, don't they? Okay. So, that move right there, since we have Terrace Marshall Jr. in concussion protocol, we got Shi Smith coming back. We don't have to worry about wide receivers right now. I like Shi. We like Erickson, man. Erickson's okay. I mean, you could twist this to mean we do need help at wide receiver. You could. Or you could say, okay, well, Robbie ain't going to be here much longer. Package him up. Take that to mean however you want. That's what I'm looking at right now. I'm going, all right. I see what this management's doing. If I'm Robbie, I'm like, I bet. Throw me in a trade package. I belong somewhere else better. And that'll be that. Robbie will end up hurting us at some point down the road, if we trade him. I ain't worried about it. But that's what we're looking at, man. So, do we have a box score from the Dolphins game? That's what I want to know. Do y'all have a box score? No? No, y'all don't have a box score? That's what I'm interested in. Alright, so failing in the fact that we don't have a box score. I don't know what to tell you. I'm trying to find it, y'all. I'm gonna be real with you, man. I don't see it. Game Pass? Is that for like one of them, maybe we can Google it. Let's Google it. Maybe that'll come up with some results. Falcons, box. Okay, let's see. Let's see. CBS Sports has one. Let's see it. Oh, looks like a recap. Oh, ugh, excuse me. Looks like a recap though. I'm not interested in PFF. The Athletic. Okay. Here we go. Here's what I want to know. All right. The fact that Matt Ryan was able to get off 40 passes, even just 40 passes, is still dangerous to any defense, even with a bad O line. He may have only completed 25 of them, but 336 yards, 2 touchdowns, 1 pick against the Dolphins. Now, Kyle Pitts was their biggest wide receiver threat or catching threat. Calvin Ridley only had 4 catches for 26 and a touchdown. But still, that's a major contribution. So it appears to me that Gage can get some passes too. 4 catches for 67. All right, so 7 for 8 targets to Kyle Pitts, 4 for 6 to Gage, 3 for 4 to Hurst, 4 for 10 to Ridley. So we got another situation where this actually does look like a mirror image of our offense, though. It really does. Except for the fact that they've managed to turn their offense into points and win games with him. Now, what does that suggest to you? That's the offensive coordinator. That's an offensive coordinator. Because Matt Ryan has figured out a way to get 40 passes out of a bad offensive line. 40 attempts. And still managed to get 336 yards out of it. That's what a great quarterback does. Ridley 4 for 10 attempts. What that tells me is they're trying to jam this ball into Ridley's hands. They're trying to force these passes. Which, I mean, if you're Matt Ryan, you got a chemistry with Ridley, who's extremely dangerous. You're going to try everything you possibly can to get this ball in his hands. I get that. But Sam and Robbie don't have that chemistry. They don't have that 1-2 punch. You know what I'm saying? Like, yeah, he was good last year, but I mean, how good? You know what I'm saying? Like, not Matt Ryan and Calvin Ridley good, I can tell you that. So, now we're just sitting here going, okay, well, look at this accuracy, 7 for 8, 4 for 6, 3 for 4. I mean, that's Matt Ryan's accuracy right there. I've been saying it. All these Matt Ryan haters just don't want to hear that. Nah, y'all don't want to look at stats. Why would y'all ever want to look at stats? It just makes no sense to even look at stats in that situation. Alright, so we got Alukin, who got 8 solo tackles, 13 total, 1 pass deflection, 1 pick. This dude was all over the place during that Dolphins game. I'd say we watch out for him. That's wow. I want to know what this dude's done so far this year. Let's take a look. 6'2", 215 pounds. He's not a big guy compared to all the linebackers out there. But, and it was a 6th round pick. 4 years experience. So he's got 10.2 average tackles per game. Deion Jones, 9.7. Those are the two you want to watch out for. I think if we're not careful, this dude could do some damage. And I don't want to be that guy, but again, here's AJ Terrell with 2 solo tackles and 5 tackles on the day and a pass deflection. AJ Terrell will wreck you. Okay, this dude is fast. Other than that, I don't see anything really exciting. Except for that 1 sack by Jones here. And the 3 tackles for a loss. But here's the number I want to point out. Moreau. 3 pass deflections, 5 tackles against the Dolphins. That's a number I want to point out. You know, I love pass deflections. And as a team, they averaged about 6 in that game. So Tua's passing in that game against the Falcons, and this shows that the Falcons secondary is trash. 32 catches for 40, 291 yards, 4 touchdowns, 2 picks, and he got sacked once. 109.5. Tua is not the problem in Miami. I can tell you that right now. I didn't even need to look at the box score to figure that out. I've watched it. So, here's something I noticed. 132 rushing yards against that Falcons defense. 27 first downs. 281 passing yards, which is not bad. For 413 total yards. 413 total yards, and it's not enough to take on Matt Ryan. I'm telling you. Because look at this number, 325. That's all Matt right there. That 325 is all Matt against a terrible secondary that needs work. But the Falcons are beatable. There's 2 turnovers, you know. There's 72 rushing yards. We could shut down that rushing yardage. Yeah, it is possible. They're still going to get first downs on us. That's going to happen. But that rushing yardage may look a little like 100, a little bit over 100 by the time when they play us. You know, not too exciting, but not too shabby either. If you're dealing with the Falcons. They'll probably turn the ball over once or twice too. That might happen. But we won't be able to do anything with it. Let's be real here. Right. So, realistically, that tells us all we really need to know. And shout out to Jay Bollocks and Dylan, who are in the Facebook chat. Appreciate y'all, man, for stopping by. What else can we cover? Let's spend a little time getting to know a couple of these players, shall we? That's going to be coming up in this next draft. We already know Sam Howell. So let's see what else is going to come up. We're gonna throw down for 3 rounds here. We're gonna see what pops up. Dash speed normal. Let's go. Alright, pause. You see this already. The Lions are projected to get an edge rusher. The Eagles right now are projected to get a wide receiver. Unpause. Safety, Kyle Hamilton. We got Derek Stingy Jr. going to the Jets. That's a terrible pick. Evan Neal from Alabama. That's where we need to start looking, right there. Evan Neal. We're going to study him. I'm going to throw down some names, man. I'm telling you, I'm throwing down some names. Okay. So we got Aiden Hutchinson, a couple edge rushers, Malik Willis, Tyler Lindenbaugh. And look where we're at. Holy cow, right? Look at this. Look at what the Jaguars are willing to give us right now. Look at this. They want this pick bad. That's a 36. That's, oof, boy. That's a second rounder. That's a third rounder. That's a fifth rounder. A second and a fifth for 2023. Look at this. Holy cow. That's a mammoth trade offer right there. Oh my God. Look at pick 30, pick 62, pick 135. Look at this, man. This is how valuable our pick is going to become right here. I want y'all to take a look at this. The Jaguars are asking for a 36, a 69, a 76, and 2 draft picks in 2023, a second and a fifth. That's just for pick 14. Imagine if we get into the top 10 and we lose out the rest of the year. Do y'all see why this is important now? Do y'all see what we can get? This is why we... Guys, it ain't rocket science. Just lose out the season. Let's get into the top 5. I also want to point out, guess who's still here? He's projected at 19. He'll be projected in the top 10, watch. But he's projected in the top 15 right now. Because you always want to project that a little higher than what they're projecting in order to get your man. But look at this. Are y'all starting to understand right now what we're doing with? Now, offensive tackle. Look what we got left. An offensive tackle. That was Evan Neal from Alabama that just went off the board at 5. So that means we got a guy from UCLA. We got a guy from Ohio State, Miami, Northern Iowa. You know, we got some good people here, man. We got 2 from Georgia. Ooh. 1 from Oklahoma. Okay. 1 from Oregon. 1 from South Carolina. Ooh, okay. Okay. We got Jordan McFadden from Clemson, which I would not suggest we go after because honestly, DJ has looked like trash in Clemson. I'm sorry. It has to be said. Okay, it has to be said. Well, we got some good options there. I like that. All right, guard. Anybody take a guard? Tyler Lindenbaum is probably just going to be a center, though. All right, so this is the complete list right now. We got Kenyon Green, North Carolina State. We got Eckham, Ed Ingram from LSU. The only reason I'm highlighting the LSU people is because this Joe Brady offensive coordinator that may or may not be here next year, probably not, is from LSU. So we've got Thayer Munfield from Ohio State. We got an Alabama guard right here Emo, Marquise Hayes from Oklahoma. And this is where we start to really get into the good people here. Let's go. Chasen Hines from LSU. We got Cade Mays from Tennessee. Tennessee's been having a little bit better year than everybody expected them to have. We got a guy from Wisconsin in here, Arizona State. Don't go after a Notre Dame guy. Just please don't. It never ends well. Tyrese Robinson from Oklahoma. That's Wisconsin, Pittsburgh, Florida, Miami, Florida. Okay. These are good colleges, man. These are good colleges that consistently put out good offensive linemen. So, Virginia Tech every now and then gets a good one too. So does Texas A&M. So, I'm liking what I'm seeing here. Ooh, excuse me. You see Justin Ross here, 36. He's pretty good. I don't know how his skills will translate to the NFL, but we'll see. Jay Flowers from Boston College. George Pickens from Georgia. I'm seeing some good people here, man. Seeing some decent people. D. Wiggins from Miami. Sam Pickney from Georgia State. Okay. Isaiah Weston from Northern Iowa. Sounds interesting. These are guys that we can look at wide receiver thus far. And if you want to pause the stream to look at those or look at them yourself, the website is PFN Mock Draft Simulator, profootballnetwork.com/mock draft. That's your website, profootballnetwork.com/mock draft. That's the one I've been using. So do yourself a favor, go check that out. It's typically updated pretty well, but we're going to be using that heavily in the spring. Heavily. I may even start using that in November. So, safeties coming up in the draft this year. You got Jordan Battle. You got from Alabama. You got O'Neal Jr. from Texas A&M. You got Tyke Smith from Georgia. I mean, these guys are going to be solid, man. I think we got some options here. Pat Fields from Oklahoma. I'm just pointing out the obvious ones that have consistently had good safeties in it. And once we start hunting for a safety, these names are going to be important, folks. Lewis Sign from Georgia as well. That's 2 safeties on the board for Georgia in the top 100. Projected on there. That's interesting. That's very interesting. But I'm going to leave this on the field for just 1 second. On the screen for just 1 minute for you guys. I want y'all to see. This is the type of value we can get. Take a really good long look at this. This is how valuable our pick is. And if we do things the right way and we build the correct way, imagine how we can use these picks, folks. Imagine. Just imagine. Now, round 2. We don't have a pick in round 2. We don't have a pick in round 3. Would you look at that? That's a lot of spots right there that get filled with offensive linemen and safeties. You see where I'm getting at, folks? We gotta have it. We gotta have that 3rd round pick back, man, through a trade. We gotta have it to at least get one of these guys. I mean, 4th and 5th, man, you can sit on a offensive line, but it won't be a great one. But will it last you 1 to 3 years? Maybe. Maybe. It's hit or miss. You know? When you get an A-grade offensive lineman, you know you're going to last for 1 to 3 years for sure. As long as they don't get injured. B-grade guys, you're starting to gamble a little bit. But then B- guys, in C+, you're in trouble. You're guessing at that point. You're hoping to God that they last longer than 1 to 3 years. And you get at least 2 good years out of them. You're hoping. With offensive line, it's like buying a tire. You know, you don't know what you're getting with a couple of these lower, cheaper brands. You know, and it's like playing the lottery, man. And when you're driving a car, at this point, we're running with a bunch of spare tires. And we're just hoping to God we get through the year. And that's been every year since 2015. Since we got out of that Super Bowl. We're running with spare tires. And it's getting ridiculous, man. At what point do you start experimenting and going a little higher? You know? A little above that pay grade, man. You know? A little bit above that C grade, man. You know? Just keep pushing your way upwards a little bit. No. The question should be, are you willing to sacrifice a 1st round pick to get the lineman that you need? That will last you for 3 years at least without getting injured. That's what you need to be thinking. Not, oh, can we get by with this? Can we get by with that? Stop thinking like that. That's what's holding us back, and that's what's killing this team. Stop thinking like that. Anyway, I just wanted to show you guys that. And I'm going to do a little research on these players, but I'm going to watch these guys. I'm telling you, I'm going to watch them on Saturdays. Now that I've moved this stream back to Thursdays, I now have the option to be able to do that. And start looking at some of these teams on Saturdays. Brady Christensen ain't it. You know, but I like Deontay Brown. I think Deontay Brown would be the answer if he could stay healthy. In practice, First step to fixing this team is the trainer. Fire the trainer. Fire the training staff. They ain't no good. They're trash. Fire Joe Brady. He's trash. Toss Sean Chandler. He ain't worth nothing. That man ain't even worth a box of freaking Reese Pieces. He ain't even worth that. Not even $1. At freaking Dollar Tree when you're trying to buy a pencil or something. Get him out. Get him out of here. There's 100 different guys that could do the same thing he can. Get him out. Bye-bye. Bye-bye. Do the pageant wave. Bye-bye. To all of y'all, bye-bye. We don't need you. You're holding us back. And Matt Rule has got to step up and stop being the prototypical NFL head coach for the Carolina Panthers that we've always had, where they just cover up for the bad people that don't know what they're doing. That's next. Change that mentality. We need to go after Cam Irving. Cam Turner. Get this man as our offensive coordinator. If that Watson trade is still there, and this man has cleared his charges, make him an offer. Dolphins will probably far out exceed it. Let him have him. We go for the quarterback carousel. We have Sam Darnold currently. Still. Take your chances with him if everything else fails. We're not losing anything. We're gaining. By making a trade, by making a move for somebody better. Once we get into that quarterback carousel, then we're moving forward. So I'm going to ask you guys this when it comes to the Falcons game. And I'm going to close it out with this. How badly do y'all want to beat the Falcons? Is it worth losing draft picks over in a season that's not worth anything? Is it? I know y'all hate the Falcons. I know y'all do. Some of y'all do, some of y'all don't. But I'm going to tell you this. It ain't worth it. What did we learn from that Washington game last year? Did we learn a lesson? We missed out on that Oregon offensive tackle, didn't we? What did we learn? Are y'all that desperate to beat the Falcons? Are y'all that desperate to beat Washington and get revenge on Ron Rivera? Are y'all that desperate? To where we give up draft picks because of it? When we're not doing anything? Stop living in the past and thinking that we can make the playoffs when we can't. We're not beating the Falcons. We're not beating New England. We're not beating any of these teams that you guys think we're going to beat. Panthers fan base. Stop. This team cannot even beat the Giants. What makes you think we could beat all these other teams and get into the playoffs? up the team for 2022 time. We're already past that point of show me time. You ain't got to show me nothing anymore. I've already seen what this team is. I've already seen it. Now, if you're a player trying to prove it and trying to stay on the roster, that's prove it time for you. If this coaching staff has questions about you, has doubts about you, if I have question marks, I have doubts about you, go out there and show me. That this is prove it time for you, individually as players. Prove it to me that you want to stay on this team for 2022. Prove to me you deserve a contract or a contract extension. Don't just prove it to the coaches, prove it to me. I'm scouting you guys too as a YouTuber. Prove it to this entire fan base that truly cares about the success and welfare of your careers, that are willing to spend money to watch you guys play. Those that are still going to these games, those that are still loyal, even though we have trash seasons. Show them that you're worth the money that they're paying you through this organization. Show them. Like, I don't even. I'm trying to be real with everybody, man. I'm trying to give everybody a real idea of who these players are, what they can do, what they can't do. So, you know what? Show me as well. I'm not in this coaching staff. I'm not in the scouting department. I'm not in the management. No, I did not play this game before I became a YouTuber. But I'm dog. That's why everybody keeps listening to me. And I happen to be right a good chunk of the time. I don't want the credit for it. I'm not here for credit. I done told y'all that. I'm not here for money. I'm here because I truly want to see this team get better and win a Lombardi. I'm here out of love, baby. I'm here out of love. This is my team. This is y'all's team. And for those coming in that are from other teams, man, much respect to you, man. Because I want y'all to see the loyalty and the love that we have for this team. I want y'all to see how much of a family this is. And this is how a proper Panthers fan base reacts. You know, we're not fighting people in stands. We're not being absolute cornballs. We're not, well, we could be absolute cornballs. That's fine, but we're not pricks. You know what I mean? This Keep Pounding crew is real. We're real. We're showing real love to these players, man. That's what we do. We're showing real respect for what they do. And we give them credit when they deserve it. Tough love when they don't. That's who we are. So believe me when I tell you, and I'm being real about this, we have no shot against the Falcons. None. Not playing like we did last week. So, y'all say what you will about it. This team ain't ready. This team ain't ready for prime time. That being said, man, I don't even feel like going through the press conferences because it's just going to piss me off. Honestly, it's just going to piss me off. I done spent enough time on this stream already tonight. Covered everything else under the sun. But if y'all really want press conferences, let me know. And I know nobody's here right now, so it ain't worth it. It ain't worth taking the time. But if y'all believe it is, but to me, with the season dead already, the only people I want to hear from is Matt Rule and Phil Snow. And Tapper. As well as Scott Fitterer. If any one of those four show up for a press conference, I'm here for it, but with Matt Rule, I'm going to be a little bit skeptical. But the rest of them, I'm going to be listening with all ears. Oh, I still hear everything. I still notice everything. Y'all ain't getting nothing by me today. So, if that's what y'all want, man, we'll do a stream like that maybe Saturday for a couple hours. We'll throw in some names in the hat for offensive coordinator. We'll throw in some quarterback suggestions, whoever y'all want. We might do that stream on Saturday. I don't know. At this point, I just want y'all's votes on Cam Turner. If we should go after him. I really am convinced this is the dude that can turn this around. In 2022. I think he is. But we need to go after him. When this man's name gets it put in the hat, we cannot hesitate to pull the trigger. Scott Fitter, I hope you're hearing this, man. We cannot wait if Cam Turner is put in the name hat for offensive coordinator. Do not waste any time. Go straight over there. Give this man a contract. Give this man a contract that day. He's got too good of a resume not to. And we've already got a past history with him of success. Do not pass go. Do not collect $200. Just go over there and give this man a contract. I ain't kidding you. Does it sound like I'm playing right now? We're trying to fix this team. That's how you do it. When you see a man that has a resume like that, do not hesitate to pull the trigger. The second you hesitate in the NFL is the second that these teams beat up on you. Go ask Sam Darnold that. He'll tell you the same thing. After years with the Jets. After games with the Jets, man. Game after game after game with the Jets. And that man never had any success at all with them. But I digress. I've taken up enough of y'all's time, man. I'm about to get out of here, man. I appreciate y'all, though. Hey, we'll be here for the halftime
If you can go
stream.
back to the first time.
Sorry, hold up. Oh, good question, though. Good question. I'm actually glad that ad played. Hold up. 1 second, y'all. If you could go back to the beginning of this year in the offseason, what advice would you give this team? What advice would you give this team? Throw it in the comments section, man. Of both streams, I want to know. What advice would you give this team? Knowing what you know now, what would you give? What would you tell him without giving too much away? That's the question to ponder this week. Since there's still some people stuck in the past on this team, what would y'all do? What would y'all tell them? I know the first thing I would do. I would have never hired Joe Brady. I know that. Smart offensive coordinator, my foot. Mm, 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 mm. Quit covering for these people, man. Sick of this. All right, we're done here, man. Y'all have a good night. Have a happy Halloween, and I'll see you guys in the next one. Give me just 1 minute. I'll finish this stream out. Appreciate y'all, man. Y'all some real ones. I want to do some quick shout outs before we head out of here, man. If I missed your name, it's because the chats are weird, but I'm gonna try to get as many of these names as I can. All right, I've got do. We've got Saturn Wicks. We got Dylan. We got Jabelix. J-Box. Shanika. We got Michael Tillman. Shout out to my man that was on stream earlier. We got Adam, who's been in the stream like every week. Hold up. No, Sean Bradham. Shout out to y'all, man. Y'all some real ones up in here, man, in the Facebook chat. Corey McKinney, who's here every week, basically. In postgame and pregame as well. So that's what's up, man. Shout out to you. Pamela, shout out to you. Go check out her healthy drinks and stuff like that. I'm not sponsored by her, but I just want her to succeed with her business. So give her some love, man. If you're into the healthy workout drinks and stuff like that and all that stuff, go talk to her on Facebook. We got Cade McDonald, Lock Poppy. We got Kent Sullivan. And we got Ace. Appreciate y'all, man. All right, so we will see you guys at halftime stream for the Panthers versus Falcons game on Sunday. Happy Halloween. Hope it's enjoyable, safe, and prosperous. If you're a kid, you get a bunch of candy, right? Come on. As Panthers fans, we hope we get a lot of candy as far as trades. Can we get something that we can work with? Who knows? Hopefully we don't get spooked again. this week against the Falcons, but I guarantee you we got Freddy Krueger in the form of Atlanta right now, breathing down our necks. So, Sam Darnold seeing ghosts. I mean, y'all tell me what you think. Y'all throw in some Halloween references, man. Throw them in chat. Appreciate y'all, man. Throw them in the comments section. I love y'all, man. Let's get out of here, man. Y'all ready to do that? All right, fellas. Keep pounding.
Spooky, scary skeletons and shivers down your spine. Shrieking skulls will shock your soul, seal your doom tonight. Spooky, scary skeletons speak with such a screech. You'll shake and shudder in surprise when you hear these zombies shriek.
We're so sorry, skeletons, you're so misunderstood. You only want to socialize, but I don't think we should.
A spooky, scary skeleton shouts startling, shrilly screams. They'll sneak under sarcophagus and just won't leave you be.
Spirit supernatural, or shy, what's all the buzz? The bags of bones seem so unsafe, it's semi-serious.
Spooky, scary skeletons are silly all the same. They'll smile and scramble slowly by and drive you so insane. Sticks and stones will break your bones, they seldom let you snooze. Spooky, scary skeletons